And now, from Glasgow.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Good evening.
Get ready to the countdown.
So hello there, welcome to my little live. How are you? So couple of updates for you, nothing too major. First of all, if anybody wants to join me, there's a link up there somewhere. I want to flip this camera around because it's the wrong way round. Left is right and right is left. So if anybody wants to join me, you are more than welcome. The usual rules apply. If I know you, you can come in. If I don't know you, I will invite you to use the chat and get to know us all. Obviously, I can't stop bad people from coming in, but I'll try and minimize any trouble where I can. So yesterday we were starting on Bellhead. I have to think carefully about that one. So I've been thinking about some paints, but what I've been doing mostly today is the dragon from the Arthurian King Arthur's questy thing from Loot Studios. Epic model, absolutely epic. Is free coffee on tap. Listen, you're more than welcome to come round. I've got my favourite coffee in. Here's a funny little thing. It's a little bit odd, but you know. Last time I ran out of coffee, I was in Aldi. I normally drink Kenko because I'm a bit posh, you see. Apparently I was told I was posh today. Not posh, but you know. So yeah, I drink my Kenko. I do like Kenko, and I went to Aldi and they didn't have didn't have Kenko in. So I bought their Colombian roast, Colombian something or another. They got two posh looking coffees, you know. And I tried it and it's nice. It's okay. And I thought, I don't like this any less than Kenko. It's just a little bit different. But I ran out of that and I got some Kenko the other day. I started that yesterday. And oh my God, it's a little bit how I am with milk. I drink whole milk. I don't care about the lack of health benefits. I know some people can't drink whole milk. If I can't get whole milk, I'll drink semi-skimmed. And when you go from whole milk to semi-skimmed, you can't really notice any difference. Sorry, Penny, I'm a bad one. Come on and tell us all about it if you want, Dominique. So yeah, so when you go to whole milk to semi-skimmed, I can't tell the difference. But then when I go back from semi-skimmed to whole milk, I'm like, oh, this is a lot more creamier. Anyway, that's not what I want to talk about. Let me do a quick chat catch up. So Sprue says, awesome, part 2. Penny, hi Penny, panel and chat. So I've said hi, smiley face. Is free coffee on top. Sorry Penny, I'm a bad one. Hi dom de dom dom. Hi Sprue and Glue. Right, so let me show you the latest on the dragon. So what I've done is this came out yesterday and we were looking at gluing it on, but when I come to put the head on, I had to really sand it back and it was so warped it just didn't want to know. Look, that's totally deformed. So I've reprinted it, and I didn't mean to, but I printed it solid, and it weighs a ton now, but it's absolutely epic. And the head goes in almost near perfect. This has pretty much been standard for my prints. I don't think that's a bad fitting model. I think it's my settings. So there he is on the base. And as you guys know, the tail came out yesterday, and you can see, let's bring little Bellhead out. So these are the same scale, so obviously he is that much bigger, but the first wing came out, and now he just goes from epic to mega epic. So now you can imagine the wing size on this one. The wing is still being printed off. Apparently it's a 12-hour print. It's really weird. So this body, I was taking readings every hour. So when I sliced it, it said, oh God, I've changed it all now. Oh, what a bugger. So it said, oh, there you go. It said something like a 3-hour print. But when I put it on the actual printer, it started saying like 8 hours to go. And I was taking every hour, sorry, not every hour, every 10% on the print, I was reading what it said for time taken and time remaining, and it was dropping down, and I think it came out at like 4 hours in the end, which was 65% longer than it originally quoted. So the slicer has said that this wing is going to be just short of 3 hours, and the printer's saying 12.5 hours, almost 13 hours. So I don't know. At the moment it's saying it's going to finish, I reckon it's going to finish at 8:25. So I reckon that'll finish about 4 in the morning. I'm not bothering taking readings anymore. But I was just interested. Right, so what we're up to today, the paint has dried. So this is a really dark base coat. I want to go over it with a red ink. It's a slight experiment. I want to build that red. I want to get that red tone, very much like time given before print is without support. Yeah, but it doesn't make a difference, Sprue. It doesn't make a difference, because remember, it prints the entire level in one go. It doesn't matter if you've got one model on or 100 models. It's just as quick to print 100, completely fill the bed. The only thing that affects the print time is the height. So this will take longer to print than this, because obviously the height, so it'll take 2.5 times longer. But this will take the same length of time as that, because it's and as the supports are all underneath, the supports will finish before the model. Danielle has music on, no streams for me. No worries, you've been on a lot anyway, haven't you? So yeah, so that shouldn't make a difference with a resin printer, but I already know that the print takes about twice as long. Do you know what, I completely missed a bit there. Yeah, see, look, his chin. Not that I think it's going to make a difference. Where's his bell gone? So yeah, that needs to be done. Yeah, so it shouldn't make a difference, but what's happening is it's tending to quote 3 or 4 times longer than the slicer is, and it's taking up to twice as long as the slicer's saying. But at the end of the day, it's done when it's done, and there's nothing I can do about it, so there's no point stressing. So do you want that camera on, guys? I know some streams they have 2 cameras. Do you want to see my head looking downwards? Also, I got something to show you. I want to get your opinion. Mine is different due to support. So what do you use for slicing, Sprue? Would it be is it Cura? Yeah, Cura. I know I used to use Cura. I don't know if there's a new a new fashionable one to do. Oh, that's posh. and Cura, right? So everyone's still using Cura. I used Cura before. I want your opinion on something, guys. So I'm going to show you 2 videos. The second video is going to be my new outro. There may be people watching that has already seen this, but I want to show you my new intro, which is coming in the new year. And then the outro I'm going to use from today, but I think it goes well with the intro. So opinions, please.
Now you whip the record over, you're not sure what you will find.
Well, now's the time that you'll be made aware that we didn't spend much time on this. We didn't think you'd mind.
And if you do,
It's too late now.
and we don't care.
So what do you reckon, guys? I did have another version of that which I showed a couple of people. Now I have a habit of going, yep, that's fantastic, that's the best I can do, and then I just make little tinkers with it and make it better. I think that sums my channel up perfectly. You've got 4 areas that I'm covering, plus obviously I cover other stuff. That's really nice, thank you. That's cool. That's really nice. And also I don't take myself seriously, so hence that song. Now that song came from, I think it was released in the 90s. It was a band called Morris Minor and the Majors, and they sang a song called Stutter Rap, but that was the B-side, called Another Boring B-side. I would recommend, now oddly enough, it's not copyright. Every time I take a piece of music that's not licensed, you know, that's not free music or licensed to use, I always upload it to YouTube on unlisted, and I give it 10 minutes, and then if it's copyright, YouTube will tell me straight away. Yeah, nice to see the cats in there too. Got to be in there. I think that's compulsory. 9 times out of 10 the cats appear in all videos, whether I intend them to or not. And I wanted, because in my original intro you've got the destruction bit. While I was filming it was either a live or a week, I think it was an update I was recording, and they decided to have a fight. I think they were play fight. Well, I'm not sure about Shadow. Sometimes I think Shadow's serious and Spirit's just like, I want to live. But things were going flying, as you can see, and I've kind of kept that in. And then I have one clip. I very rarely get the 2 of them together, so to get them on my craft desk, I'm keeping that. So gets my thumbs up. The cats play a role in your modelling live, so this is appropriate. Yeah, basically I would rather have no views and keep my cats than get 100 views and have to get rid of the cat. That's probably a really bad comparison anyway. Right, so that is your intro. This is going to be my outro.
Blimey, goes on a bit, doesn't it?
Well, you've listened to it this far, but you probably won't again.
So we'll be taking even less care from now on.
The singing might go off a bit, and the words won't have to rhyme.
And there's no line here.
What do you reckon, guys? I like that. I really do like that. Right, so let's get some modelling done. So I'm trying to memorize my boxes. Like I said, I've got all my army painters in these boxes, and they're not there. They are there. Right. No, they're effect paints. Don't want effect paints. I want washers. So epic. So I wouldn't go as far as epic. And Jeff Light says fantastic. I deliberately kept the bin at the beginning where it says blind, because what it is you got the chorus and they just go very, 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 very boring, and they say that loads of times, and then at the start of the second verse they go, oh blimey, goes on a bit. And I thought, well, you know how my lives and my videos go, they do go on a little bit longer than I intend them to. Right, I'm still learning these shades, so I can't just go, oh, I'll have that one. I have to sort of try them out. So let me get a piece of paper. So we have got, and they're also very new, so they all need a very, oh God, focus. Hello. That's better. So we've got, let's go in what I think is going to be this orange tone. I'm thinking no, but it's on the red spectrum, so we'll see how it goes. I think orange is going to be too light. Jeff, has Maggie got her bubbly? Right, so that's the orange, and that is looking too light. I don't think you want to use orange to shade red. So this one is red tone, and someone said it's a little bit orangey, but I'm not, or is it one of the red paints is orangey? This is dark red tone. I haven't shook it yet. I tell you what, this vortex mixer, I used to have the opinion, oh, what's the point in, you know, what, they 30, 40, 50 quid at the time when I first saw them, and you know, what's the harm in doing that? But when you go out and you buy a lot of new paints, that's a lot of shaking. And for some reason I bought this, and I tell you what, it's like going from dial-up broadband, dial-up internet to broadband. You know, you can't see the point in spending the extra money for broadband, but once you got broadband, you ain't ever going back to dial-up. Right, I'm liking the dark red. I think the dark red is a really good one for that, to cover that that skin tone. So we will start off by doing, can't think of a better word, so I'll just call it a repair. The little patch that I missed, and I found my tiles. They were sitting underneath a book, a pad. So second paint looks like something I nearly stepped in today. Thanks Hamish for leaving presents. Second paint. What, the shades? Right, I might be a little bit lucky. For some reason this has taken ages to dry, which right now is a good thing. I also know I popped some in. I couldn't tell what colour a paint was, so I had to just pop some out onto the palette. So we'll just pop his, do his chin. And I'm also going to have to paint the inside of that bell. One thing, it's pretty stupid actually, when you think about it. But, so I'm just, I think that's okay. Now I had a lot of patches on the edges. Whether that's because I missed it, because I kind of speed painted all of this on. So whether it's because I missed it, that's not, is that the same colour? Why does that not look like the same colour? It's because it is the same colour. Oh, I had a panic there. So what I spotted like 10 minutes ago is if you put the head on, the inside of the bell is quite clearly visible. So I'm going to have to paint that. Well, I want to undercoat it in black. But whatever the inside of that is, but I'll shade it. I'll shade that and then I'll leave it shaded. So hopefully I'll get rid of this black. What I'm also looking at doing is I've got these, some people think it's a daft idea, I really don't care. Where's my black? Black, black, black. I work on the basis if I shout loud enough it'll turn up. There it is, black. Come on, one drop, that's all I need. So yeah, I've got these what nail technicians use, and what they do is they paint their nail polishers onto them, swatches I think they're called. I think I need to fill those holes, you know, which obviously if I do fill them I need to do it before I paint them. I haven't prepared this enough, guys. Yeah, because all of these metallics, they're all new names to me. So you can get these from Amazon. I think you get 50 at a time, and you get a little keyring thingy for them. And I've just got my label maker out, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to, as I look at each of the metallic colours, I'm going to paint it over, and then all I have to do is once they're all done, I can just get a few of them, and I can go, oh, which colour do I want? And obviously they're designed for when you're in a salon, you can go, oh, I like that colour. But I just think they're really handy for making swatches. Right, so that brown needs to, that isn't the same colour. I've painted that in the wrong colour. It should have been tiger's eye skin. God, I'm an idiot there, aren't I? I thought it was dark as soon as I put it down, and then it's nice. It's I mean, it's in the same range. I can't believe I've done that, you know. Ooh. You know what, that'll do. I'm glad this is the base coat, you know, because if this was a layer level. So I'm going to blatantly steal an idea. What have you guys been working on? What is it? Belly desk, and what you're working on, what you had for dinner, and something else, I don't know. Help me out through, because it's your idea I'm stealing. I've gone back to my childhood ages ago. Well, when I say ages ago, weeks. A friend of mine, have you guys all heard of like Too Good To Go? Belly Bench and Beverage, that's the one. Belly Bench and Beverage. So there's a thing called Too Good To Go, and you can go in, you can buy a mystery box off companies, and it's round about the £3.50, £3.99 mark. And you go in and you get a carrier bag or a box full of very close to being out of date stuff. Usually there's bread involved somewhere, but If you go into somewhere like a spa shop or a mace, you'll probably might get sandwiches, and it's just basically you get whatever you're given. And I've done some pretty epic, because one of my loves is just, oh, I got nothing in, what can I make? I haven't done a grocery shop. And you just go through the freezer or the cupboards or whatever, and you make something out of whatever you've got. And I do cheat a little bit, because one thing my mum taught me before she died was a couple of little basic things you can have in your cupboard. I've always got tins of tomato, tins of beans, lentils, spaghetti, pasta, rice. Usually now, since I learned how to do air fried potatoes, I generally have a tin of potatoes in the cupboard as well. I love doing that. Anyway, there's another company called Olio. It's one of these free exchange sites, but people put food on there, but then they have a little bit of a relationship going with local supermarkets. And what happens is they have a representative. They go to Tesco's or wherever, and they pick up all their stuff, and then they post it on Olio. And if anybody wants it, they go and get it. Yes, we do air potatoes. Aren't they fantastic? What I do is I sprinkle a little bit of Morrison's. Do this fantastic chicken seasoning. Don't get anything else. Don't get the expensive label. Get the Morrison's label and just sprinkle it. I put them in a sieve and I just sprinkle it over. I give them a good shake, and then I put some garlic powder over. I give them a shake. Sometimes I'll do, I might put in chip seasoning, give them a shake, and I might put in a little bit of bay seasoning. I did once try the New York buffalo seasoning. That was too hot for me. I regretted that one. But what did we say I was doing? Dark red tone. But no, my friend, she does all the collections, and every now and again, no one will have them. I think it was the red tone I was doing, because I've kept the red tone out. Right, red. I thought the dark red would be darker. Yeah, it's the dark red I want. I like that one. So yeah, one day she said to me, oh, we've got this whole chicken and some other stuff as well. And now I don't have a problem with out-of-date food, none whatsoever. Obviously, be sensible, make sure it's not manky or anything. But generally, yeah, if it's, if bread is a day or two out of date, I don't have a problem with it. I double check it, make sure there's no mold. I know the mold on bread isn't poisonous, but I ain't eating it. Chicken is the one thing that I am fussy about. When I buy chicken, I cook it within 2 days of purchase. Doesn't matter if it's still in date or not. I will cook it within 2 days of purchase, or I freeze it. And this chicken I'd planned to cook, and one thing had led to another, and it didn't get cooked, and it was like, oh no, I've not cooked it. So I banged it in the freezer to save having to throw it away. This isn't quite what I was after, but it's going to do the job. What the plan was to go for a skin tone that's way too dark, put some red shade in to give it some warmth, and then build the actual skin layer up in really thin layers until this red is almost gone, and then you're just left with the skin tones. Anyway, so the other day, I don't know what happened, but I found absolutely everything in my freezer had defrosted. My friend was due to come round, and we were going to do, because I did a lasagna the other week and it was amazing. But what I do when I cook, I tend to cook in bulk, and then I portion it all off and I stick it in the freezer. And the lasagna was amazing. And what I was going to do was, turns out the microwave containers are a little bit large portions. So I was going to microwave the lasagna. We were going to have half a portion each with some garlic bread I've got, and I was going to buy some salad, so it would have been a nice cheap dinner. Anyway, I found everything in my freezer had defrosted. Now I don't know if, well, I don't think it was a power cut, because the fridge was still working absolutely spot on. I don't know if I didn't close the door or if the cats had opened the door. Shadow has discovered milk. He knows what milk bottles look like. He knows it's kept in the fridge. He knows if he's going to get a little time. I mean, I don't give him a lot of milk, but he knows if he's going to get milk, it's going to be, well, I make a cup of coffee. So he's up that fridge every time I make coffee. So he might well have got the freezer door open. I don't know. I'm not angry with him. It happened. But whatever happened, absolutely everything in my freezer defrosted. So obviously I had to take this chicken out. This long-winded story is going somewhere, by the way. So I said to my friend, I said, change of plan. We're not having lasagna, we're having chicken. Now my air fryer, it's not one of those tray ones. It's got shelves, and it's got a built-in rotisserie thing. You skewer whatever meat it is, and you put it in, and it's even got chicken setting, and I can put a raw chicken in, stick it on rotisserie setting. 40 minutes later, I've got a chicken that's falling off the bone. So that's what we had. So we had roast chicken, and we had quite a lot of chicken actually. I had some freebie potatoes just boiled up. They were really nice, with some carrots and cabbage which I'd boiled up ages ago, and I put them in the freezer, and I portioned them up into bags and then chuck them in the freezer. So we had that, and we had a thigh each, and we had probably about half a breast each. It wasn't a massive chicken, by the way. Yesterday I had all the leftover veg and the leftover potatoes, and I sliced bits of meat off, so I had a roast dinner, which is basically what I would do as a kid. And then today I picked every bit of meat off I could off that carcass, put it on a plate, got a generous portion left over, and then just put some chips into the air fryer, and I had that for me dinner. Look at that. That's looking nice now, isn't it? That's looking the look I was hoping for, which I am partially there. Was the chicken drunk? So I was looking for that, imagine you peeled his skin off kind of look, and then we'll build the skin up over the top. If I'd have done, if my airbrush was available, what I would have done, well, do you know about zenithal highlighting? So basically what you do with a zenithal highlight, which is used to pick out detail, you prime it all in black, you then hit it with a grey at 45-degree angle, then you hit it at the top with white, 45-degree angle with grey, and then you hit it from the top with white. And I don't think I've got anything that's in a zenithal highlight stage. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. They've been painted. Oh, might have something. Nope. No, I haven't. Sorry, guys. I haven't. So basically, it picks up all the detail. Now, if you're dealing with flesh, you can do a warm zenithal highlight. So what you do is you first of all prime it with not a black, a dark grey, and then you hit it with a it's kind of a rusty colour, a dark browny orange from a 45-degree angle. Oh, I'm with you, I'm so sorry. I will catch up with the chat in a moment. Yeah, so you hit it with a bone, and then you hit it, sorry, we hit it with a bony colour from the top. So you're just kind of warming up those priming colours, and then what you do is you give it an all over with red ink, airbrush it, that it doesn't flow into the edges, and it literally looks like, if you watch one of these horror films where someone's skin has been cut off, that's what it looks like, and it's just absolutely mind-blowing. Right, so we have a garlic mayo for that. Sounds nice. I'll tell you what I've got. A friend gave it to me ages ago, and I haven't tried it out yet. She's got ranch dressing powder. You add something to it, I can't remember what it is, and you end up with, I think you add it to mayonnaise maybe, and you end up with ranch dressing. And I do love proper ranch dressing. So Jeff Light, belly, quiche Lorraine with chunky chips and coleslaw. Yeah, not bad. Beverage lemonade, good choice. Bench, 124 scale Bedford recovery truck. So was the chicken drunk? Because I'd said it fell off the bone. I suppose it's better than falling off the wagon, isn't it? Right, so next up, I think I'm going to do the wood elements. There is quite a bit of wood, but there isn't any wood on his body. So that's useful. So I'm going to show you this. No, not that. That's my spreadsheet. So I've got this conversion chart from this is the Games Workshop, not the Games Workshop, this is the War Paint Fanatic colour conversion chart, and it converts from war colours, war paint, sorry, to, there is a key somewhere, it converts them to the original war paints, Air and Citadel. And the trouble is, I'm trying to come away from Games Workshop paints. They're overpriced, and they are it's quite a rigid system. I think this is a lot more flexible. So, but saying that, the Ruddy Brown series, we've got judging it purely on the names, you've got Oak Brown. Well, Oak Brown is a wood, isn't it? Tree Ancient, well, that's tree because wood comes from trees. Dryad Brown, well, I know dryads are woodland creatures, and then it goes up into the fir brown, and then you've got Ruddy Umber, and then you've got Buffed Hide. Well, they're all leathery, woody colours. So I think what I'll do is I'll give it a base coat of the Oak Brown. It might risk being a little bit too dark, obviously considering the other colours. But what I'm thinking about doing is I'll use, this is the base coat for the weapons, and then that little wood bit on the top, I'm probably going to take it up one notch, and we'll start with a Tree Ancient, and then that way it'll give slightly different, so that all the wood doesn't look the same colour. Because the story of this guy is that he used to be some kind of cleric, and this bell fell on his head. So that wood there is probably older than his weapon. Oh, got a bit of thing left there. So I do want them two different colours. And I do like blocking the bases in. I like, if I can. Obviously, what I want to try and do is work from my lower levels all the way up, because obviously it's always easier to paint raised areas. That's going to be a problem because I've got that shade there, but we'll try and manage. And this is now. This is my sable brush. This is from Rosemary & Co. This is a Series 99. In my opinion, well, the Series 99, they're just basic sable brushes. They're a good price. They're a good brush. They're not like Winsor & Newton's, but Winsor & Newton's are Kolinsky sables. Now, their Kolinsky sables are as good as Winsor & Newton, but they're about a fifth of the price. They're unbelievable. When you look at the price of it, you think, oh, there's no way that's going to be a really good Kolinsky sable brush. But what are Winsor & Newton's? 15 quid each, whereas you can pick up, sorry, not 5 times the price, it's about a third of the price. I did look at number 2. I think my number 2 was about a £5, which is a good price for a sable brush, really, isn't it? Oh, that's right, yeah, fill the holes in the bell head. Right, okay, I'll finish off this wood then, and we'll do that. I am missing that little bit because I'm going to hit that with a smaller brush. If you've got a good brush, you can see how good that point is. Now the Kolinsky sabers is even better on the point, and I could probably, but I only ever save my Kolinsky sables for like delicate work. If I'm just doing base coats. Oh, I also have another shocking discovery for you guys. So quick quiz. How many of you wash your brushes? I'm not talking rinse them in water. I'm talking about using some kind of chemical to restore the paints at the end of the day. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell me, if you use a proper product, some kind of chemical, tell me what that chemical is. If you don't bother, just put just water. I think that doesn't want to be brown in there, actually. Right. Bollocks is the answer to that. So, right, so the reason, I'll just wait for the chat to catch up. Some of you might actually be chatting in it. So, oh, look at that knot in there. Isn't that really good? Right, Athol is on the same wavelength as me. So, what is generally accepted as the best product to clean your brushes with is this. Now, if you already own this, don't bother going out and buying anything, because that will last you a lifetime. If you don't own this, don't buy it. Go to somewhere like Holland and Barrett and pick up an olive oil soap. It's exactly the same, and I got that from the Rosemary & Co website. So the Rosemary & Co website, they have little videos every now and again. They don't just do miniature painters. For them are a very, very small market. Their big market is proper artists, watercolors, you know, the Bob Rosses of the world. And I was watching this video about, she's a professional artist, and she does come to your house commission type things. And she was saying, I always take a good quality olive oil soap with me. And I went, really? And I looked at the price of it, and I actually bought some. It was something like £3, and I was just absolutely blown away. And I cleaned my brushes, and I swear to you, it did exactly the same job as Masters brush soap. So obviously, if you already own Masters brush soap, you've got yourself a lifetime supply there. But if you don't, I would recommend, well, sorry, I can't see the screen because I just took my glasses off. Athol McNichol is saying Cussons Imperial Leather. I don't know the contents of that, but I know you know what you're talking about, don't you, Athol? I know that. Spoon Glue uses a vegan soap. My soap apparently is vegan. I think it's vegan because it hasn't got animal fats in it, but basically the main ingredient is olive oil. So that olive oil is what conditions your bristles, and it helps the paint to flow. Kind of makes sense when you think about it, doesn't it? I'm trying to get this in there without affecting that wash, but that's okay. It's starting to look something now, isn't it? Just, isn't it funny, you put one colour on and suddenly it looks amazing. Wow, I say amazing. Right, let's have fun with some resin, shall we? Let me just have a glance over and check my printer. 28%, that's not too bad. Right, so for the benefit of those that was not watching yesterday, I was trying this out. This was sent to me by Peter Webster, Lord Peter Webster, and I've heard of it but not really looked into it. And what it is, it looks like Vaseline, and it pretty much has the same consistency as Vaseline. Look, just don't confuse it for Vaseline, guys. Please don't confuse this for Vaseline, because if you move a bit too quick it might set it. And it's actually it's just everything that putties aren't. I can't show you the curing process because my little UV lamp is attached to no, I did not find my torch. I'll be absolutely honest with you, I didn't look for my torch, but what it just means is that I'm going to have to just carry on using my lamp. So that's how deep that hole is in there. Is at least that deep. So if you were filling that with putty, you're probably going to have to pack it. You're going to have to pack it with something. Now, don't go too thick on this. It needs multiple applications for something like this. But what we'll do is we'll put a little bit around the edges, like so. You might not believe me on this, but no, not there. Not there. I can't remember. What bit did I do yesterday? It's only his arms and his head. Do you know what? That's how good it is. I filled it in yesterday. It wasn't those, was it? Oh, it was his elbow, wasn't it? So there was a drain hole round about there. Actually, you can see it. No, you can't. So there was a hole in his arm. In fact, it was there. So you can see I started to put milliput in, and it's like clay, but I filled this end in there. It's still got wet. It doesn't help that I've used a wash, so it's going to get in the recesses. But it's absolutely brilliant, absolutely amazing. So, but I don't think it's going to fill that much in one go. So what I'm going to do is I'll put it's far too much. Because it does say it does say something about a size. But it is extremely hard, really, really hard. And I don't know if I've got anything that will sand this easily. Right, and then what you do is you chuck it under a UV lamp for, it says 15 seconds, so I give it 10 20 seconds. Do not stand underneath it. One thing I noticed yesterday, I didn't know this, resin smokes when it's being cured. Not a massive amount of smoke, but it just lets off just a little bit. So give me a second, guys. I'll just go and cure this. I'll be probably about a minute. Right. Sorry about that, guys. I like that. Penny's gone, time for a party. Wood on bell. Yeah, I'm going to do the wood on the bell a different colour. And then cheap man's filler, plasticine and leave for 24 hours, then fill whatever is left for plastic putty. There, that'll work. Right, so let me get a clean cocktail stick. So you can see where I filled. That is rock solid. But what I'll have to do now is file it down, and then the gaps that are left, I'll fill those. I didn't want to completely plug the gap because I don't know if it'll cure. So I'm going to use my display sander, and I don't know what I've done with that other bit, so I will use that. Works. Right, so let me find myself some 180 grit. Yeah, 180 grit. So I need to sort these bits of sanding paper out. Oh, that's my screen protector. I was looking for that. I don't know why I put my screen protector in. Here we go. In with my sander. So I always buy, when I get a new phone, I always buy a case, and I always buy a screen protector. Now, in all the time that I've never had a mobile phone, I have never broken a screen. I've dropped it a few times with the case on, and I've had some pretty battered cases, but I've never had a major drop until the other day. And what I did was I was putting something in the fridge in my coach, and I had to ring the controller. So I had my phone, didn't realise it was just over the edge of the fridge. As I shut the door, it caught my phone and it went flying out the coach door. And that is the result, as you can see. But that's the screen. That's my phone. So I am so super chuffed with that. Now, I bought two. I didn't buy two. I got two. It came as a twin pack. When I put it on, I can't put these on for love. Like, as you can see, look, I can't put them on properly. So I was going to take it to a mobile phone repair guy, and I said to him, how much to fit a screen that I already own? And he said £5. And I just thought, right, well, I'll take it. Possibly slight rip off, but you know, at least my phone will look nice. And I couldn't find my second screen, so I haven't replaced it because I couldn't find the second screen. But it's probably just as well, actually, because otherwise I would have smashed the one Oh, the wood of the... Ah, that's right, yes. Yes, sorry, I'm with you, Sprue. Right, so, yesterday, you can see the hole because it's been sanded and not primed properly, but there's a little clear hole. That is the resin filler. And it is absolutely amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Like, you cannot poke that out. It's like rock, but it also sands like rock. So that is the drawback. This is a 180 grit display sander, and that's all it's hit. So you know, like I said yesterday, that's not the one that's going to do it. My jury is still out on this display sander, because I got my glass files out and a couple of strokes and it's almost there. I've got 3 glass files, and one, they go in, like, one is equivalent of a 400, the next one's equivalent to something like 1,000 or something like that, or 600, I can't remember, and the other one is equivalent to 10,000. Although what you can do with this, you can cut it. I just remembered. There you go. Probably want to wear a respirator for this, but it is, you can tell how, there you go. That's how much excess I put in. So just to remind anyone, if they want to join us, they can. Does anybody stream? Do they use StreamYard? What's going on with StreamYard? Because I was, first of all, I said, I saw Sue's video, Ice Queen, and she said that she's giving up the streaming. And then is a little history. He's given up StreamYard. Apparently they put the prices up. But I mean, I've been using Melon for ages. I used to be a huge StreamYard fan. StreamYard for me saved the day, because years ago I used to stream on YouTube with Google Hangouts. That's actually removed all of that. So yeah, I don't think it's stuck to the side properly. So I used to stream with Google Hangouts, and just all of a sudden, without warning, you could no longer do a live stream to YouTube using Google Hangouts. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I've got to stream in 5 minutes. What do I do? And a chappie called Harvey, I saw him streaming using StreamYard, and I started using StreamYard. And I picked StreamYard up straight away. It's quite easy to sort out, really, isn't it? And then I used to stream a lot with some friends, and my friend suggested Melon. It was actually cheaper, and it did 1080p. To use StreamYard to get 1080p, you need to buy. You need to buy a certain plan. You don't get it on the basic. Well, with Melon, you do get it on the basic, but I'm paying for the top plan on Melon. They've got a free one. You've got the free one, you've got a one up, and then you've got the highest one. And I actually have the highest one, and it's cost me $15 a month, which is cheaper than the first plan on StreamYard. This is gonna take ages. I don't have anything I can sand in a crevice like this. This is definitely the best one, best tool for the job. See, and also, I don't know if you're watching yesterday, I can't get in, so I'm actually having to come in at an angle, which means I can't hit it flat. So I'm actually just hitting it. In fact, as I can't hit it flat, I'm probably better off with... Oh, this is the right one. Yeah, this little curved one at the end, and then use that end. So, yeah, if you paid 20, you now pay 45. Bloody hell. That is a massive jump, isn't it? I mean, I thought O2 were greedy, because if you get a phone contract with O2, your price will increase every year by the rate of inflation plus 3.5%. So they're actually making more money every year on you. But it's only 3%. And the trick with O2, I think, when you do your minimum term, cancel your SIM contract and then set a new one up, and you'll generally get it for the price you were getting it 2 years earlier. But double the price, that's extreme, isn't it? But I suggest to everyone to go over to Melon. You are watching this through the power of Melon. It is different from StreamYard, and there is one or two features that are better. So yeah, if you but you always have 20 hours free streaming. Yeah, but then you look at people like Little History that does a 2-3 hour stream every day. 20 hours a month. If there's only 4 weeks in a month, you know, you look at someone like Sue who does 2 streams a week, right? She's got 5 hours a week in a 4-week month, so that's 2.5 hours a stream. Inevitably, she's probably going to end up doing maybe 9 streams in a month, and so she hasn't always got enough time. And I don't know, I also have this little thing. So you don't get the 1080p, do you? And I think that's becoming the norm these days. I think you've got to have 1080p if you're streaming. Not so much if you're a guest on someone's show. I've given up on this. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have got, can't see who it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only. Oh, where you gone?
Yoo-hoo!
Spoo and Glue, how are you?
I'm all right.
Are you okay being little there, or do you want to be bigger?
No, I don't mind being a little guy down here. You know.
Okay, well look, I'll have a code.
I'll join you. You know what? I'll join you as you're little.
All right then.
I'll
Well,
stay.
I'm used to being little. I've been little all my life.
Oh well.
Listen, there's a code word then. If you say, "Let me show you," I will put you on bigger.
Oh, okay.
How's that?
What do you want me to show you?
No, only if you want it. In fact, while I'm doing this has got to be boring as hell. Let's put you on big. Show us what's on your bench. Because I did see that on Little History Show.
Right. Yeah. Well, as you know, JC's got a 3D printer.
Yeah.
And he sent me a few kits. And he sent me a Sisters of, I've got to get this right, Sisters of Battle.
Yes. Is that the we have copied GW but we don't want to use their name?
That's the one, yes.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, this was a ruddy nightmare to put together, let me be honest. It's not for the faint of heart.
No, a lot of them are like that.
This was actually very delicate as well.
Yeah.
But it's a lovely little kit. And then he sent me a bigger one as well. And she stands quite tall.
Nice.
So I've been working on flesh tonage.
Yes. How are you
Um,
finding flesh tones? I do struggle with them myself.
it's a hard game to play.
Yes. So
Very.
can you imagine my excitement when I saw this and I thought, oh, that's his head.
I
He
can't.
has.
I can't see what you're showing.
I know, but so yeah, that is this guy's head.
Yes. Now, the minute you started showing that figurine, I fell in love with it.
Oh,
I think
Sprue.
the bust
Sprue.
is brilliant.
So, would you be happy? It's not as big, and you might find it disappointing, because once you've been big.
You never go back, do you?
So, what do you think to this guy? Oh God.
You mean the one that you've just dropped and broke?
Yeah, the one. No, he didn't break. He didn't break. But what do you think?
I think. Well, to be honest, there's apart from size, and he's got legs. It's a lovely figure.
Right.
It's the figure, not the quantity. If
Yes.
you know what I mean.
Well, the thing is, I think he's quite simple because
I think
he's got.
it's brilliant.
But right, drop me a message on Facebook, and this will be winging its way in the post to you at some point when I can remember.
Oh, cool! Thank you.
I know,
very
because I'm
much.
nice like
I mean,
that.
I didn't come on for that.
I
but-
know you didn't. That's
Oh,
why.
wow, nice
I
one.
am the kind of person that if you said, "Oh, what could you give me for free?" then I would say, "Bugger all, mate."
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. But
No, I know you wouldn't.
This is my this is my 3D.
Yes,
print.
I saw him. I like that.
I think Bruce
that-
has come out really well.
Yeah, I'm actually after some figures that I can do cartoony, just for a bit of fun. You know when you're doing a scale model aircraft or something, and you've picked up something really hard,
Yeah.
and then you just want to just take a
You
little
mean
break.
something like this?
Yeah, I can't see that. Oh, is that a 3D printed one as well?
Yeah, yeah.
No, but what I'm talking about is, let's say you pick up.
You mean like a branded one?
Yeah, let's say you picked up the Airfix Gannet.
Yeah.
And you're having a bit of a struggle with it, and what's often pretty good, I find, is to put it down and pick up an Airfix starter set. So I want some oh yeah, that Cherry 8 does look tempting, doesn't it?
It's good, isn't it?
StreamYard changed ownership, so who owns StreamYard now then? Mr. Greedy?
StreamYard was sold from its original owners. I don't know who bought it, but the day they bought it was the day things started changing.
Wow. So is it a case of your current month's subscription will
When it
still
expires.
stand? So if you've updated your subscription the day before, you're all right for a month.
Yes.
But if your subscription it was due the day after it got taken over, you'll get hit with little or no. They can't change.
Well,
it,
what they did is they sent out a general email to all subscribers and all users of StreamYard,
Right.
basically saying, from this date, prices are changing,
Right.
and your contractual, whatever it is,
Changes to terms and conditions.
yeah, the terms and conditions are also
But
changing.
I don't know. I'd like to know how many people, because there's two new ones I've just discovered. There's Restream, which I've heard of Restream for a while now.
Restream's been around for a
Yes,
while.
but the reason I've never bothered looking at it, I'm trying to get us all on. I can't. Right. Right, because my main camera is this one. Let me hide that. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me?
They'll see you.
Right, lovely. Now, I know you can see me. If you put the wrong camera on, leave them alone, mister. They're my new socks. So I got me Gus and Bella box today, and I got these super fluffy warm socks. Oops.
Oh.
Which I've just dropped in my paint.
My sister would love those.
Well, I love them as well.
Yeah.
So
She's
your
very
sister
much-
can.
She's very much like you. She's a very big cat person.
Right. So, have I told you the story of the cat?
No,
About how I didn't even want him.
no, I don't.
So, a friend of mine, I've always said I'm a dog person. And the reason I can't have a dog, especially when I was on Flixbus, I'd have had to leave him behind for a day and a half. And even when I work normal day shifts, he's probably going to be left for 13 hours.
Yeah,
And
that's not nice.
I'm
is
of the opinion that that's nothing short of cruel. And also, what is the point in having an animal if you then pay someone to look after him? So, it's. But yeah, I've always wanted a dog. And my friend said, "Oh, we've got this cat." I said, "I don't want a cat." And she said, "Well, basically, what's happened? This woman bought this cat. Her kids had just gone to their dad's for the weekend, and she bought this cat, and she thought that'd be a really nice surprise for them. And it didn't get on well. The 6-month-old that she already had didn't get on with it and just bullied him, and he was too scared to get out of the cat carrier.
Right.
Right. So, cut a long story short, they bought him for me as a Christmas present, which I know you shouldn't really be buying presents for animals as presents. But
No.
it's a bit different if you know the person, isn't it? So the next thing I know, I'm coming home late on a Saturday with this kitten. I've been given cat milk, not kitten milk, cat milk, which I disagree with anyway.
Yeah.
And about 5 pouches of adult cat food, Asda's own brand, and absolutely nothing else. So I got a cardboard box lid, and I borrowed some litter off my neighbour. And then first thing Sunday morning, I went down to Pets at Home, and I probably bought half the shop. Cat trees and stuff. And this poor cat, he was too big to get in the cat tree. And I put him on the top shelf, on the top ledge, and he struggled to get down. And it was really funny. So when I used to leave the house, I used to put some treats on the top bit and put him up there. And that'd be about 10 minutes before he got down. Now he's huge. He's huge and fat. But yeah, I wouldn't be without him now. Would not be without him. So, and I say I don't spoil him. I say I give him lots to do because he's on his own. He's on his own a lot.
Yeah.
Because of my work. And my second cat, effectively, I don't do favourites, but effectively, Spirit is my cat. Sorry, Shadow is my cat, and Spirit is Shadow's cat. So
one's company for one, and
Yeah.
the other one's company for you.
Yeah.
Well, why not?
And it's just we've got this little routine now, and I'm going to put my camera down. Bear with me because I can't do anything quick anymore. So yeah, and it's just I wouldn't be without him. And I had a friend. I've always said I'm not a crazy cat lady. And my friend, who's very nice to me, she said, "Question for you: how many cats do you have to own before you're a crazy cat lady?"
One.
Because if you don't own any, you're just a crazy lady.
Yes.
And I just thought, fine. And yeah, it's just that one thing led to another. And yeah, you can say I spoil the cats. Yeah, you can say I'm a crazy cat lady. My excuse is they've got a cat tree each. The treats I give them, because he's such a fussy eater.
Yeah.
So, but he also needs to lose weight. Now, how do you cut back on the food for one cat, but not the other? But what works in my favour is that he is so fussy, I can give him food that I know he won't eat, and Spirit will eat it.
Oh right. Oh cool.
So, for example, they get 1 pouch of cat food, and it's put down for both of them. He won't touch it. Now, I would feel really awful putting food down for Spirit and giving him nothing. I mean, he's got the dry food.
Yeah.
He's very happy with the dry food. And one thing I have done is I've got an automatic cat feeder with a webcam in it, built in, and I can feed. I can set up. Oh no!
Are you out of juice?
No, it's because I put too much pressure on it. It has a cutout thing.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. It just means you can't. You shouldn't need to be pressing hard with sandpaper anyway. That is bloody dreadful, and I still got holes to fill. But
Yeah, but you need it to breathe at the same time.
well, does it need to breathe even after it's cured?
I would say so.
Okay.
Because if it gets warm in the sun,
It might give off gases.
it might sweat.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I know very little about
Well,
resin.
I know resin sweats.
Right. So so that hole there,
That's a breather.
if I keep that hole,
Just paint inside the hole.
all right then. That one's going to have something in it, isn't it?
It's a little big, unless
Yeah.
it's in the hidden spot on your model.
Oh, let's have a check. Oh, result! It's there.
Oh, well, it's hidden.
Yes.
So you don't need to fill it. Just
Yes.
paint it clean
So-
and paint.
Nope. Right, so this is going to get painted a quick black after I have... Did you see this that I got sent by Peter Webster?
What's that?
I think he was a little bit upset because he hadn't seen me using it. So what it is, nail technicians use them. They fill them up with nail polish remover, and you get your cloth and you press the top and it just sets out a little bit.
Oh, that's cool.
And then, because obviously to be a good nail technician, obviously you need to sell your services, so
Yeah.
you need to have good nails.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you're going to deal with nail polish remover, you've got to strip your own nails. So you do it like that, and then you wipe their nails like that.
Okay.
But what I've used it for, it's a 50-50 mix of alcohol and water. And when I want to clean models up, I just do that.
Oh, that's cool.
And that's completely wiped that off. So that means that primer's not that good, is it? Does primer stick to resin there? I thought it did.
It does, but it has to be allowed to cure.
Oh,
And
saying
dry.
that, I don't think I did let that cure. I might have to go back to Stylorez then. If I just at least put the black down. But yeah, no, this is brilliant. And of course, the best thing about it is, even when it's open, it's not going to spill. I did have 2 already, which I used for my little nail kit. But when Peter sent it, I went, oh, it's lovely. And I meant it. I don't say, I do try and be a positive person. And I either say, oh, that's amazing, or I'll say something like, oh, it's a really good product, but I'm not sure if I'll use it.
Yeah. See, I was gifted this.
What's that? Paintbrush soap. Yep.
It's a very good soap, and it conditions the same as
Yes.
that little brown pot
Yep.
you've got.
And
there.
that is what the professional artists use.
Yes.
And I tried it. I actually abused a brush on purpose, and I cleaned it, and it was spot on.
I'm
Absolutely
always
spot
abusing
on.
my brushes.
Yep. Well.
But that's another story.
Right. Resin priming fluids have to cure for 3 times the length of time over plastic. Right, okay. So I shouldn't have begun the stream by priming. What I should have done was do it like the morning of the day before. So this dragon maybe prime it this week, and
But
it'll be
if you're using alcohol, it's going to take paint off anyway.
no. So like this dragon, when I come to paint it on the stream, because that's obviously what I'm going to paint next time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come into the stream and say, right guys, this is what I'm painting. I have already primed it.
Yes.
Rather than sitting here with a brush on primer the day of the stream and then painting straight over the primer.
Yeah, no, you have to let the primers set.
Right. Because I wanted to test these paints, because some paints you don't need to prime. Like, for example, Games Workshop paints, you do not need to prime. I'm not telling anyone to not prime. If you want to prime, then you prime.
Yeah.
But
they are designed without
yes,
primer in mind.
you do not need to prime, and I've got a video out there somewhere that proves it. That is, I didn't check the pooling, so they got little bits that are still wet. Apparently this if you use these washers straight out of the pot, they sometimes coffee stain. It doesn't really matter to me today, because I am going to be painting over it. But yeah, GW paints, not a problem. Never had a problem. And of course, Games Workshop do resin models, their Citadel paints work just as well on resin as they do on plastic. So with that in mind, maybe I should grab a random Citadel paint and paint it with that, which I don't have any to hand. I've gone and
the pigment that's used in the Games Workshop paint is a bit thicker than ordinary, like Army or Green Stuff World or whatever you're using.
Now these are surprisingly good. When I did my little experiment, I thought these would peel off. Yeah, they're heavily impacted. So these are actually pretty good, which surprised me. And I haven't tested these, so I don't think that's a contrast paint. Yeah, I don't think I want to prime with a contrast paint, do I?
No.
So yeah,
all it will do is stain.
yes, which is good if you want things stained, but I don't. Right, okay, I'm still going to cheat with this though. So it looks like today I'm focusing on yeah, it looks like I'm focusing on the parts that I painted yesterday. Do you know what? That would explain my issue I had with this. I don't know if you watched the video. I did a mucking about one, and I tried to do a zenithal highlight on a something troll, a venom troll, and I did all the zenithal priming properly. I did the ink over the top. I let the ink dry, and then I went to paint the green over the top, and it stripped all the paint off.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Now, in all fairness, it didn't feel completely dry. And when I woke up the next day, sorry, just bear with me. I can't hear my printer moving. It's moving. So yeah, it just stripped all the paint off it when I was putting I think it was when I was putting the wash on or something. So and that was Army Painter paints. And I know it shouldn't do that, because you've got all of these professional painters who make podcasts. You'd have to pay them a lot for them to say this is a good product when it's not.
Yeah, there's a few out there that are actually honest about their rating.
The trouble is there's a lot of I can't remember what I mentioned this on a comment on someone's show, and I can't remember whose show it was, but we had this this discussion about, so people, a lot of the Warhammer videos, they say, oh, this product has been sent to me for testing purposes, blah blah blah, it's bloody brilliant, I want you all to go and buy it because it's life-changing. And they come across and you think, you're just saying that because you want more free products.
Yeah.
And that's how they come across. Now, I did a review. I was asked by a company to test the product. I had to buy the product, and then when I left an Amazon review, they would give me my money back. So I bought this, it was a roll of filament I bought, and I tested it. It was the cheapest filament I'd ever bought. And do you know what? It was really, really good. And I was being absolutely honest, and I did a review on it, and I got my money back, and then they told me to review another product, and I can't remember what it was, but it was a really good product, and I gave it a genuine 5 stars. And then they asked me to buy another product, not too expensive, and I thought that what it was the concept was all right, the execution wasn't 100%. It just wasn't for me, so I left it a 4-star rating, which I thought was fair. And I've never heard from that company again.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Nice of them.
And I've been sent a fair bit of stuff from Smith's Beads, and I've either, to be fair to you, by the time it's gone through Mike, if it's a shite product, it won't even be sold in the shop.
Hey, bearded veteran.
It was that was a chat between me and you on a stream, Penny. I thought it was you, yeah. Now Smith's Beads, when they've sent me stuff, they've either sent me stuff which is brilliant, or stuff that I thought is very good, but because of the way I do diamond painting, it's not really for me. Like they had these little container boxes, and I already have my storage system in place. So but I'm saying, I'll look at the workmanship, etc., and I'll sort of base it on that. But yeah, a lot of these reviewers, you just think you're getting it for free. Saying that, I'm still testing, but I've got some sandpaper that I've got to try out.
Yeah.
But you know what? So far they haven't failed. But yeah, they're pretty good. Right, so I need some help, guys. I want to paint the 2 things I want to paint. I don't know, I'll leave the bell now. So I'm thinking about painting the weapon maybe a brassy colour, but then he's going to have a brass head. So maybe just go for basic silver.
Have you got a gunmetal?
Yes. So according to, let me expand this and show you. So obviously I've used I'm trying to go away from Games Workshop, and I don't want to insult people who use Games Workshop paints. They are good paints, but yeah, I know there is nothing wrong with them. But you see, when I used to use Games Workshop paints, we might have a guest, but he can't get through because I piled all the shit up on the table. Do you want me to lift you over, mister? You are a bit heavy. Actually, not as heavy as you. I think he's on a diet, and I think he's lost weight. Come on then, you might have to jump. He just wants his 10 minutes of fuss, and then he'll pop off somewhere and have a little snooze for the rest of the night. There we go. Is that enough gap to get your fat body through? Come on then. Come on. Come on then. Look, you can get through. I've made a little channel for you. That's it. Come on then. Come on. Come on.
Come on, chunky.
He is. He's not as chunky as he used to be. I can actually feel his rib cage now. So this is going to be me for the next 10 minutes, I'm afraid. No, do you know what? They're both the same. They come up, they what, about 10 minutes of fast, and then they go away. He now actually sits on top of my computer, where the fan actually comes out the top. And he sits on the top, and I'm like, I don't know how he could do it, because he's got cold air blasting him. And yet he'll want to sit by the fire.
There you go. You've got two choices there: natural steel.
Yeah.
And Athol says gunmetal, then dry brush silver over the edges.
Yeah. So yeah, the system I used to use for metal was I would use quite strictly the Games Workshop base layer system, or base wash layer system.
Yeah.
Obviously, the benefit with these war paints is they're a triad set of 6, so you can kind of go wherever you want, but the metallic colours don't have the triads. Now, according to this conversion chart, I'm trying to find the silvers. So shining silver is the same as Runefang steel. Here we go. Gunmetal is the same as lead belcher.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember,
I use a lot of iron breaker.
yes. So is it base of lead belcher, then it's iron breaker, and then it's is it Stormhouse silver?
Yes.
For the highlights. So I'll go for base coat of gunmetal, which is what Athol has said. Gunmetal, then dry brush. So I'll go gunmetal, and then I'll go see now they've got shining silver, which is the same as Runefang steel. They've also got mithril, which is Stormhouse silver.
Yeah, I'd go mithril.
Right. And then they've got this new one that I absolutely love the look of. Maybe I love the name. Let me just check the conversion. Death metal.
Oh.
I think that's more a brassy colour.
Yeah.
But you've got, like, I'm painting a bad guy. And when you've got a colour called death metal, I'm just like, how can I not use it? The other thing I don't know about these, so apparently the old war paints, guys, I'm going to speak my mind. If you don't like less than flowery language, this isn't the stream for you. So the old war paints used to be cack, and I don't love many of the metallic paints. My metallics of choice is are these, and I've got almost a full set now. I absolutely love these. I am of the opinion that they are the best acrylic metallics. I do appreciate if you want the best metallics, you've got to go lacquer or whatever it is. Right, so let's try the gunmetal out. So apparently these metallics are a lot better. Have you had your fuss yet? If you go and lie down, if I promise to give you chicken. Do you know what? This guy does not like chicken. He doesn't like chicken cat food. He doesn't like real chicken. But I bought him, they are expensive, these treats, and they're just dried chicken. And he goes mad for them.
Oh, cool.
Mm. Now, Spirit's a good girl. She will eat that roast chicken I'd done. I was chucking little bits on the floor for her, and she was munching them up. He's not had enough fuss. When you put him on his bed, and he comes straight back, you know he's. So I've been a bit naughty. So Peter Webster bought me quite a while back one of those part work upgrade mats.
Oh yeah.
For doing your part works on. Yeah. Well, he decided it was his before I had the chance to make it mine. So it now sits. Let me switch my camera, and I really do apologise, guys. My desk is an absolute mess.
Oh,
it's not, well, thing is, I do try and make a point of tidying it up. So that's my desk at the moment. And I've just given away what I'm doing for Christmas. These have helped me a lot. They are absolutely brilliant. So I bought 4 of them. So just to my left, can you see there's the mat?
Yep.
That's his bed.
Oh, wow.
And he will just happily sit there all night. See, at the moment, he's telling me it's bedtime. And then he'll give up asking me. And then he'll sleep. And then about 3 in the morning, when I finally go to bed, I'll tell him it's bedtime. And he'll just look at me as if to say, no, I'm here now.
Wow.
You're a good boy, aren't you?
Well,
You are a good boy. And now here's the funny thing. When I have a guest come round, if he doesn't know you, I have to give you treats to give to him. Then he's your friend forever. Now, when guests come round, I don't get a look in. He doesn't bother me at all. He doesn't come to me for fuss. He's all over the guests. And I'd like to think, and this is what my cat sitter says, she says, but he knows I'm only here for a short time. You're still here after I go. So I'm hoping that is the theory. But and he's funny in the mornings because he doesn't wake me up. He waits for me to wake up. And as soon as I wake up, he's all over me. Right, you can let me hobby now, mister. No. Would you like some chicken? Would you like... Let me go and get you some chicken. I'll be back in a sec, guys.
all right.
I know I'm being really horrible by getting rid of the cat.
No, you're not. You're doing what you need to do.
Chicken!
Wow.
Chicken!
Never saw him for dust.
Chicken!
Come on, guys. Party time. And he's not here.
Oh, there she comes. She knows the word chicken, doesn't she? So, one for you. Oh, she's not so fussed by the dried chicken. I think maybe because she's had real chicken. Right, so gunmetal light. Army painter Mark 1s were rubbish and used to be easy to reactivate, but Army painter 2s are far superior, Penny, and do not reactivate once dried. Yeah, I would agree with that, so long as you let them dry. If they're not fully cured, there is potential for problems, but that's kind of normal. I find the one thing, they're a little slight bit deceptive. If you don't thin them quite enough, they still paint well, but they don't dry very quick. If you thin them properly, they dry quickly, just like a normal acrylic paint does.
Yes.
Which I find a little bit strange. It's something I've got to get used to. Right, so let's try this. Now, I've also found that some paints, some metallics, let's do a Terry. When she says come back, stay silent. Tiffany, how are you? Evening, she says. Are we getting a bearded veteran today?
He is there.
I know he's in the chat. I know he's busy doing busy stuff. Important busy stuff. Because I was in the Discord and I said about it, and he gave me far more information than he needs to. Guys, if you can't do something, just say to me I can't do it. I trust that you're not avoiding me, unless you like sharing what you're actually up to. Anyway, so I found that some metallics thin with water, some do not thin with water, some thin better with alcohol, and some thin better with water. Games Workshop, for example, they thin very well with water.
Definitely. So do Vallejo.
Yes. Dark Star do not get it within 2 miles of a drop of water. So what I'm going to do is I really need a practice piece because I'm trying new paints out. I need to clean my brush. Look, let me oh, Sprue's got, no, that wasn't his vibrator, that was actually mine.
That was
I mean, it wasn't my vibrator,
that was
but
Penny's.
it was. So I've got my vortex mixer. I would not be without it anymore. And yeah, you just pop that on there and it mixes your paints. And it was one of those ones where I ain't paying that sort of money just to do something I can do by hand. But now that I've got it, yeah, I'm never going back. Right, so I'm going to divide this into 2. And I'm going to thin one with just water. And that's over thinned. But that's fine, it kind of proves a point, doesn't it? Let me do a zoomy zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And then this one, I'm going to thin with my thinners. This is, we'll call it Tamiya thinners, because that's effectively what it is. And I would say, straight off the bat, this is better thinned with thinners. Because
you can tell with the colour.
It's not just the colour, it's the fact that you got this sort of creaminess to it. And it's like this is turned to water. I know it's over thinned, but yeah, you are right about the colour as well. So
yeah, the water's sitting on top of the paint, whereas that one mixed in.
And it's gone like paint, not like metallic.
Yes.
So there we go, guys. And look, it's quite heavily thinned, but you see it moves in its own time. And it's about as thinned as that one is. Yeah. So yeah, don't thin these with water, guys. Get yourself some thinners. I'm going to post another video actually, but I make my own thinners. I know some people laugh at me. I use let me have a look. So I use 1 part IPA, 2 parts water, and then I put 3 or 4 drops of retarder medium in, and about the same of flow improver, and then I decant that into small bottles like this, and then I have another one, I decant that, and then I pop an extra couple of drops of retarder in for when I want it just to slow a little bit longer. And I tend to use that for airbrushing, because obviously the airbrush dries the paint that much quicker. And then get yourself some thinner, and then put in 1 part of concentrated screen wash, and now you got yourself some airbrush cleaner. And it costs about that much. It's 200 ml, and that's about 40 pence. Compared to what is airbrush paint thinners now? £7 a bottle.
About that, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't mind paying the money for tools and equipment, but if I don't have to, if I can find a cheaper alternative. Oh, that's nice. That's 1 slightly over thin coat over black. That's quite good, isn't it? As I say, I'm learning that these have to be thinned. If they're not quite thinned enough, you can still paint well with them, but they take ages to dry. Whereas if you thin them properly, they dry in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, I'm liking that. Stick a black wash on that, and then reinforce the highlights. Then that's all good then, isn't it? So Little Miss, I don't want to use speed paints because I want to enjoy my hobby. I go running down the game store yesterday. Oh, I need speed paints to try out.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So the reason is, so my original argument is, because I'm not a hobbyist, because I'm not a player, I'm not in a rush to get a 2,000 point army painted by the end of the weekend, so I can put it in a tournament, because the tournament has a no unpainted minis rule,
Mm.
and that is your primary use for speed paints, isn't it?
Yes.
But I've seen a couple of videos where they're painting with speed paints and effectively using them as a wash in the same way that you would use a wash. And I'm like, oh, that's really good. So what I've done, it's one of these things where one thing leads to another, because I'm still in the mode of, I want a mini, I'll go out and buy it. Penny, what's Penny BBC? Oh, Bearded Burton creates. Well, as I use mostly Vallejo, I use Vallejo thinners over water every time. Yeah, I mean, the paints that you can thin with water, like for example Citadel, I still thin with, I think they act better with a thinner, but they don't act any worse if you use water, in my opinion, which is what this is all about, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, as long as you remember, each time you dip in your brush, you've got to mix it
Yeah,
where needed.
yeah. So, and I've forgotten my flow now. It's not like me to lose my flow, is it?
As long as you've not lost your handicap, you're all right.
Well,
See what I did there?
yeah,
Flow, handicap.
yeah, yeah. That's right. Yeah. So what I've done, I popped into my little local friendly gaming store, a place called Castle Comics. Thoroughly recommend it. They're based in East Kilbride and they have a website and they do mail order. I will be honest with you, they're not quite as cheap as some of the big places, and I'm okay with that. I would rather, I think like their Games Workshop stuff is not far off full price, whereas normally it works out about 20% discounted in the stores, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm okay with that. In fact, I'm one of these, I would actually pay more, I would pay more than Games Workshop is charging to a game store, but I wouldn't pay the price Games Workshop charge, if that any of that makes sense. Because it's supporting a business. Basically, it's a hard working guy who's just out to feed his family and give his children a future. So anyway, so I was looking for a figure that I could use speed paints on. So I picked up, I'll show you, I'll just finish this little band bit here and I will show you what I've bought.
Wait, hang on. You've been out and bought a figurine.
Yes.
To test speed paints on.
Yes.
And you had a figure that you printed and was just given away that you could have used with the speed paints. Yes.
Possibly, but yeah. So that was what I was getting at with I'm still in buying figure modes.
Yes.
Because it's a case of, you want something, you go out and buy it. If you can't afford it now, you wait until you can afford it. I'm still not in the frame of mind, oh, I want such and such, oh, I know, I'll print it on my brand new resin printer. And in a couple of months' time, well, yeah, a couple of months' time, I'll have my filament printer sorted out. So what I've done is I bought, so I'm just getting all those little bits. I missed so many bits, and unfortunately I've gone and painted onto the wooden stick, but that's okay. That's okay. That's what.
Or touch up.
Yeah. Right. So I bought this.
Oh, I remember you talking about those.
Yes. So 10 quid for two. I'm not going to argue with that. And then I bought two speed paints. There's one of them. Well, contrast, but they're all the same thing. And the other one is somewhere. Here it is. And this one. So I'll be priming him. I mean, he's already primed, but I want him a dark colour, and then I want to hit them with a zenithal highlight. Well, I'm going to try this slap chop thing. So you don't prime him with a with an airbrush. You just dry brush the hell out of him.
Yes.
Which is something I've never done before. And then I'm going to paint them with three paints. And then I thought, why am I buying models? So I had a quick look on Thingiverse. Now, I looked in one place, and in 5 minutes I found 3 of those figures. So they're going to get printed off, and I'm going to end up doing a video of buying versus printing. Or I mean, might...
Purchasing's fine if you're a game player. But if you're not a game player and you've got a resin print like you have, you could have, as near as damn it, the exact same thing home printed.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, just because I've got a printer doesn't mean I can't buy a figure.
No, I'm not saying
But
you can't buy.
Those that don't have a printer, the only option they have is to buy. I mean, I've only just, in terms of searching, I've only just scratched the surface. I mean, there's model kits in there. I found you know, the aircraft holders.
Yes.
I found those. Now, I've got one for a 1:48 scale aircraft, which I use a lot.
Yes.
And what I wanted to do, I've actually stuck. Let me go and get it. I'll show you.
Quick guys, party. Do do be do 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 be do 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 be do be do be do.
So this is my model aircraft stand, which I have taped to the top of the Tamiya stand.
Right.
And it works very well for me. It's now got rotation. Right, and it just fits almost perfectly between these two bits. Right, now I'm doing the 32 scale Lancaster. That is not big enough for the 32 Lancaster. But if I go online and these, you can tell they're 3D printed.
Yes.
I mean, I paid good money for this, but it was, as soon as the package was opened, it was assembled. It is a very good one. It can go at angles and all sorts. But if I had the files for that, I want a 32 scale one. Well, I'll just scale it up 50%, and now I've got myself a bigger stand. Because have you seen the price of the stands if you want to go bigger than 48 scale?
Well, you see, I remember buying the original wooden ones.
Ah.
And they
Fantastic.
were expensive back in them. And
Yes.
then they came out with the plastic ones. I thought, no, I'd rather have a wooden one.
Well, the plastic ones, the 48 scale is, I'll describe it as not an awful price for, you know, given how much we spend on tools.
No.
There we go. No, that's not. Oh, paint and stand for aircraft models. I got 2. Oh, I didn't unzip the other one, that's why. Right, let me unzip this and I can show you. I thought this was rather clever. It's a car one. Now, the way the Tamiya ones, it's got springs that are forcing outwards, doesn't it? And you put that inside the chassis.
Yes.
And the aircraft one is obviously, you've got clips, which I don't know why I bought that Tamiya stand. And then I bought the paint stand as well. And the paint stand is naff, because when you put your Tamiya bottles on and spin it.
They drop
So
off.
yeah, so then I've gone into the 3D print world, and they make inserts for it, which someone has then remixed and made the inserts for 17mm bottles. So
I like that.
let me show you this. This is parts as well as... Oh, I don't need to share the screen because it's already there. Right. So these are the parts for the vehicle one. Look at that.
Well, that's clever.
It's good, isn't it?
And of course, you can make it to your own scale.
Yeah. But it rotates, and you've got that wooden handle, so you can rotate it easily.
Yeah.
It goes at an angle and everything. That's better than anything Tamiya's got.
Yeah, it's cool, that.
I think that's pretty decent. I mean, for the amount I build cars, I don't think it's worth me buying a dedicated stand. But I could have used it with the Jaguar and the Aston Martin when I was doing the epic start sets.
Yeah.
But I think a regular one would have been too big. So, right, let's get this second layer on. I've lost the paint. There it is. Another little thing about these, they've got colour-coded caps, which doesn't sound much, but when you've got a big mass of pots on your desk, you can tell what they are. And it's just those little attentions to details. These have been well thought out. Why is that suddenly not mixing so well? That's better, isn't it? See, my big brush mixes it a lot better, but my Humbrol brush is easier to clean. And with me doing so many start sets at the moment, I really don't care if I mess up a Humbrol brush. That's nice. That second coat is lovely. And look at the detail on this. I wonder if that's a stone axe. Made of stone. Look, if you look at the detail, the cracks on it.
Yeah.
Is that metal or is that made of rock?
No, that's metal.
That is metal, is it?
Gouges.
Oh, okay. What, where he's been hitting things that he shouldn't be hitting with?
Well, with battle damage, yeah.
Well, there's battle damage and there's...
That's what the teeth chips are. They're
yeah,
battle damage.
I'm thinking your dad using your mum's best cutlery as a screwdriver kind of damage.
No, it's called glancing blow damage.
Ah, okay. Oh, so where he's gone to hit someone and they've defended themselves with his sword.
Yes, and bounced it off.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite impressed with that paint. That second coat is beautiful. Look at that. If you compare it with the bits going across, that's look at that, how metallic. I know it's still wet, but that's not wet paint, that's metallic paint, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
the way
nice.
that shines. Yeah, I'm impressed with that. I cannot fault these paints. I'm not prepared to say they're better than my metal colours, but I'm not prepared to say that they're worse. Because all too often, I've tried something and then made an opinion of it, and then I've used it some more. Yeah. The best, I hope they're still around, but there's a company that their range of paints are called War Paints, and they're not the same as normal paints. They're a gel based, so they tend to be a little bit translucent. Now what that means is you cannot use them as base coats.
All right.
You have to use them as layers because they're so translucent. And if you want to, what you do is you put your first layer coat down, and it seems to have absolutely no effect whatsoever. Then you put a second coat down, and you're like, oh my god, this is amazing. And I did this head, and it had all these feathers, and I transitioned from a really dark blue right up to sky blue, and it was absolutely beautiful. It's pretty much the same as glazing, but if you can imagine your glazing but with thick paint, that's pretty much how they work. And a lot of people are using them and saying, no, these are crap, they've got no coverage. And I was one of them, and I tried them again, and I'm like, no, actually the reason they're crap is because I haven't used them properly. So like, as long as you're not a gamer, then 3D prints can be proxy kits.
Yes.
See, at the moment, I'm just looking at them and going, that's nice, I want to paint it. Simple as that.
Well, that's what I do.
Yeah, I've got no interest in playing the games. I'm doing this because it's a fairly simple, I think it'll be a fairly simple paint job. The hard bit is going to be the skin. Hands I'm pretty good at. Body and muscles I'm not so good at. They always seem to come out the Games Workshop comic kind of style, you know, with those definite lines.
Yeah.
And I'm working on doing transitions. What are you doing there? You look like you're carving away.
Painting an eyeball.
Oh, lovely. Oh, yeah. Is that silver you're painting that?
No. That's based in
Oh, it's a
light
white.
grey,
It's white, yeah.
and then dark greyed it, and then blacked over with hint of white.
Right.
And now I'm glossing, so it gives it a shine.
Yeah. Yeah, because they've got black eyes, not
Yeah.
eyes with pupils. Good call. I'm going to have a random. Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of what I'm painting initially is stuff that I'm either not good at or something that I've never done before. Because I'm one of these, if I muck it up on the stream, I really don't care, because so long as I'm learning from it.
Well, I mean, you're not technically mucking up, you're learning.
No.
And then you can always rectify after.
Yeah.
It's like when you get an overpaint.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I've overpainted. That's my fault. But it's called cleanup.
Well, each time you paint, then obviously you I mean, I used to have so much overpainting, and now I have and usually I tend to find that if I'm not thinking about my grip, I don't know why I'm thinning this with water. Normally I just instinctively thin it with my thinners, and I've just gone straight in with the water. So usually I'll find if I overpaint, it's because I've lessened my grip.
Right.
And I'm a lot more accurate when I hold the mini properly.
Yeah,
and
I can find that I short paint.
Yeah.
I fall short.
Well, I don't know if this is an actual technique, but what I tend to do, if I want to get like there, for example, let me come in a little bit. I can't actually see, guys, because I have to take my glasses off to do close work. But there, what I'll tend to do is I'll put the paint on close, and then I push it in. Now, I don't know if that's an actual technique or if I've invented something, but it works for me. And if it works for me, I don't care. There you go, and there's a bit of brown there. Yeah, I definitely wasn't holding my mini properly. But you've got to use your one hand as a rest for the other.
Eyeballs done.
Lovely.
And I've done his feet at the bottom. They're as I want them, so I'm quite happy with those.
So they're only little bits I've overpainted. It's just literally I'm dabbing the paint on to cover. But it's enough.
And your wash will always hide some of it as well. So.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I always say to people, don't worry about not getting right up to the edge. Just all you need to worry about is where one colour meets the other. You just need to, if it's a dark colour, you need to make that join dark. And if it's light, then obviously, but it's going to darken with the wash anyway. And the other thing I've got to learn is judging exactly how much paint to put down on the palette.
Oh, God, yeah. How much paint those modelers throw down.
Well, look, that's what I've just wasted.
We all do it, though, don't we?
Oh, we all do. Do you know, I'm going to paint this wood, I think. Right, I've just seen a cat. Right, where are we up to? Right, guys, you've got my undivided attention. Stop working on the recovery truck for the evening, and the boss is counting the Zs. Fantastic.
What number's she got to? Athel's having to go.
I did see. Oh, let's go straight down to him then. Okay, Penny and Sprue, time for painkillers in bed. So good interactive show. Thank you very much. Yeah, you take care. Look after yourself.
Cheers, Athel. Good night, mate.
That was Penny BBC. I forgot. I don't know where I am now. Right. A very good evening to everyone that I missed earlier. That's okay, Jeff. You were busy and you were busy and scraping. I'm pretty pants at figure painting. Right, I'm going to send you a load of figures there. You're not pretty pants, Bearded. I've seen your work. It's all right.
We're our own worst critics. I'm always.
We are actually, yes. I don't know how many times I put a lot of effort into something and someone's gone, oh, that's really good, and you know they're being genuine. And what's the first thing I do? Well, I'm not happy with that bit there.
Yeah.
Why have I just said that? Jeff says hopefully more building than scraping. It's all down to practice, Bed. There you go. It is. Okay, Penny and Sprue, time for that. The main thing is that it's enjoyment while you're doing it. That's exactly why I do it.
Yeah.
What recovery truck? Catch you later, Athol. And that is the chat caught up. Da-da-da! Penny's caught up with chat. Makes a change, doesn't it? I have got a little spirit at my feet. She's doing her nighttime at my feet thing.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Just makes it awkward if I move my feet. Because apparently, you know when you step on a cat, because they're in the bloody way, because they always do, apparently they have no concept of you've done it by accident.
No, they don't. They see that you've trod on them.
Yeah, they think you've done it on purpose. And they're like, but you loved me 5 minutes ago, now you're kicking my head in. Oh, I wanted to do this bell a different colour, didn't I?
You did.
Oh, well. I'll do the second coat, the lighter colour. I do like this colour though. I'll tell you what though, this has got so much detail in it, it's actually bloody hard to paint. Trying to get in all those nooks and crannies.
You'll manage it.
Oh, I know I will, but because I got me Rosemary and Co brushes. Do you know what? I've got an affiliate link for them, and they one thing they do that's really good. You can actually create a set of brushes, and what people then do is they click on your link, and it's a set of paints, but what it actually does in reality is it generates an order of however many paints with one click.
All
Which
right.
I think is a pretty good idea. Because if I sat here and I told you I use series this for that and series that for this, it's quite easy to confuse it. But if I really was a good painter, like the Squidmars of the world, then what I can then do is create this set and then say, right, this is what I recommend for you for getting started. And then you discover what brushes you like best, and so on and so forth. And then, I've included, for example, a size 2, a size 1 and a size 4. You may find that you never use the 4, so when it does eventually get worn out, don't bother replacing it. And then you might, for example, find that you get yourself in situations where you want a smaller brush.
Yeah.
So, but you can create your own but they actually do a miniature painter's set. It's funny because I've been on at them for ages. I said, why don't you do a set for me? Because back in the day when they didn't really accommodate miniatures, I had to describe what kind of brush I wanted, and they would recommend based on that. And I actually used to use their triangle handle ones, which were quite handy. They're good for people with finger problems.
Yeah.
So you've got this triangular handle, but I found that the bristle quality's gone down. The bristles don't last so long. They're supposed to be exactly the same brushes as these, but these have got rounded handles. But I find these have got really good, the bristles really keep the shape better. But my absolute best brushes are Maklinski Sables, which are just an absolute joy to paint with. They flow so well, but I tend to use them. I'm a little bit of a miser. I don't like spending money unnecessarily, and I never ever mix the paint on the palette with them, and I never use more than about 1/5 of the brush. I just put a little bit of tip on the end, and I tend to do sort of thin glazes with them, and I dot with them more than paint, which is why they always look fabulous. Because if you don't use them, you can't wreck them, can you?
No, this is true. Dominic's off. He's off to bed.
Oh, yeah, have fun, Dominique. Sorry, I've got no glasses at the
Good
moment.
night, Dom. Have a good one.
Let me put my glasses on. I think I need to start using my little minion glasses. How many things do you enjoy and what cover catch later? I almost bought a few 1 to 9 scale resin heads to practice on at Telford, but the only guy that did them was also the only one that wouldn't take cards. Oh, that's a bugger, isn't it?
That's a kick in the
I've
pants.
got to be honest with you. I always take cash with me to shows because I know it's not so bad now because you've got like this Apple Pay thing. That's a bit of magic, isn't it? You could be standing in a field in the middle of nowhere and you can still pay by credit card.
Yeah.
How freaky is that?
I've got something that don't make you laugh.
Well, you always make me laugh, Sprue.
Somebody, I'm not going to mention names, obviously. But
No, obviously.
Somebody in error signed up for membership on coffee on my donation thing.
Okay.
And they didn't want to sign up as a monthly thing, but they
All
did
right.
inadvertently. So
Right.
when the second payment came through, they applied for it back through
Okay.
PayPal.
Yeah.
So I just sent it back to them.
Yeah.
I told PayPal it was sent to me in error.
Yeah.
Uh, PayPal have now charged me £14 on top of the donation.
Which you
Uh,
haven't got because you've given it back.
yeah,
Wow.
so they've charged me the £22 donation and £14 on top for
Wow.
accepting it in the first place.
Wow.
Nice of them, wasn't it?
That's oh, do you know what I love the basic principle of PayPal because there's a lot of protection, but I think there's far too much protection for the buyer and not enough for the seller.
I clearly told them it was a payment sent to me in error.
Yeah,
Error.
because the thing is, you've done what I've done. You know, I'm not forcing anyone to donate anything.
No,
And if someone donated to me and then they come up to me and went, "Oh, I'm really sorry, Penny, I shouldn't really have done that," I'll don't even get that far. I'll give it back to you. I don't want to take money you don't want to send me. You know, and that's obviously what you've done. You know, like
yeah,
you said that he meant to do a one-off donation and he's accidentally signed up for monthly. But it's a bit hard when it hits you like that, isn't it?
yeah, they slapped me right old one for that.
Yeah. I'm building a 1 to 24 Bedford OSB short wheelbase O Series 5 tonner Mickey. Is it Mickey or Mikey? Nice. I want to do a Bedford MJK, but they are hard to find in 1/3. They're talking foreign languages to me now.
They're talking model kit trucks.
They're talking truck language, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to bed. Have a nice evening. Night Don, catch you later. That's unreal, Sprue.
yeah. I think it's actually disgusting,
Yeah, yeah.
but hey, that's PayPal.
See, the thing is, like, if you were Marks and Spencers or Sainsbury's or something, you can take the hit.
Yes.
But you're just a hard-working. I mean, how many donations have you now got to get before you break even on that one that was reclaimed? And what if I made you? I don't know what your minimum is or whatever. But if I gave you a £3 donation,
My minimum is at £3,
right? Okay.
and I'm now down, officially down, 30.
So you need 10 people. So
£36 down.
So all of these, the next 10 people that donate because they want to give you a little bit extra for your hard work on your
paying
channel,
what I've already had.
they're actually paying PayPal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's this is why I actually discourage people from doing super thanks, because YouTube take over half of that.
Well, I don't use YouTube anymore. I was supposed to fulfill the final stage,
Right.
and I refused to do it
Well, fair
because
enough.
I heard some horror stories about YouTube's.
So what is the
money
final
grab.
stage then?
When you have to send them your photo ID and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I never did that.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but if you do, then, you know, that's your call, isn't it? But what I would much rather do, once my channel hits that next stage, because apparently I'm already getting adverts on my channel.
Everybody's getting them.
Yeah, but I'm not getting any revenue for it.
No, you don't.
So once I get to that monetized stage, then I'll start getting money for adverts. I would much rather have loads of people watching one advert for 5 seconds. I mean, the way I see it, nobody likes adverts.
Nope.
But they're going to happen. I mean, I hate, especially Christmas. I know Christmas is coming because normally I get either 2 5-second adverts or a skippable one. And you might get like a 5-second advert followed by one that you can skip after 5 seconds, or you might get one full-length advert. Now with Christmas coming up, I'm getting 2 non-skippable adverts.
Yeah.
And I've watched videos that are like 10 minutes long, and there's been like 2 long advert breaks every 2 or 3 minutes. And I'm like, that's too much.
It's worse when they put like 60 seconds up as a counter.
Yeah.
You can't skip any of it until
No.
the last one.
Yeah.
And they bombard you with about 7 or 8 adverts.
Oh, I don't get that many, but normally I get 2, and they at the moment they're non-skippable. And I'm like, well, I know I don't get a lot for adverts once I'm monetized, but if I just got like 100th of a penny, at least I'm getting something for my efforts then, aren't I?
Yeah.
And I just feel bad that someone puts their money in their pocket and goes, penny's worth £3, and I get like 99p or something for it.
Yeah.
£1.12 or something.
Well, it's them super chats, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me have a look. I'm curious now. So I have had 2 super chats. Thank you, Lord Peter. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Lord Peter. Nice one.
But so I've had 2p short of £8 sent to me, and my earnings to date has disappeared.
Oh.
No, I pressed the wrong button. Dashboard, there we go. Alright, where is that? Oh, I want analytics then, don't I? Alright, revenue. So, oh, it's because it's the last 28 days. Right, so I have earned from 2 super thanks, totaling, they're either, I think they're $2.99 or $3.99. I think they're $3.99. So 2 super thanks, I have earned, oh, it says at 81p. I've got total revenue of £2.42.
Wow.
And I just feel bad. Someone, someone goes, oh, you're worth a few quid, Penny, and YouTube are taking over half of it.
Yeah.
What have YouTube done to deserve that much? If they've got, I don't know how many YouTubers are monetized out there, but let's say there's 1 million. And some of them are really big. If there's $10 million worth of ad revenue, they could take 1%, and they're making 100,000 a day for not doing as much. And then they do stupid things like demonetizing your channel because you've mentioned a man's name who was alive in World War II whose surname begins with H.
Yeah.
The mere mention of his name will get you demonetized, and stuff like that. And Facebook are just as bad, because Facebook took, I'll sit there one day and I'll have like a 10-minute Facebook session, and anything I think is funny, I just hit the share button. And if I share 10, 15 posts, I'll probably get 2 or 3 of them removed, which is crazy.
Well, they've started on the ad game as well, haven't they?
Yes. Have you got your hours now, Bearded? Because I watch so much of Bearded Veteran, just to try and help him out, because I'll do that. Jeff Light, that's unreal. Mikey, as in Michael, Mikey. We usually get 2 adverts. I've got 4. So guys, if you haven't already, I know there's only 4 of you, and one of those is probably me. If you're going to pop over to Bearded Veteran Creates, he needs 14 subs, and then he can do memberships, and he is well worth it. I have indeed. So all we need to do is keep watching. But to be honest with you, you've been going like 6 months, haven't you? something like that. So, and your watch time hours is based on the last year.
Yeah.
So by the time you get to the year, you will you'll probably have twice what you need. Oh, I'm envious of your channel, you know. Right, so I've only laid, but oh, I'm gonna do that brass, you know. His arm plates, or
Bit too
gold,
close. There you go.
or should I do them silver? I really don't know.
I
I
like
don't
the
know.
bandages.
Do you know what? Yes, yes,
I think they're wicked how they put them done.
yeah, yeah. And see, I struggled for a while for a bit because I thought that was I thought that, oh, come on, focus. If you look at the edges, I thought that was where the supports need cleaning up. But it's not. It's actually frayed bandages.
Yeah, no, they're frayed bandages, yeah.
Why envious? All we do on there is prat about whilst making models. Yeah, which is what I do as well, and I've got a viewership of like 5. No, it's more than that. It's you haven't so much got a channel as you've got a home, which is what I try and make my channel. Are you jumping on, by the way? I want to abuse you.
Well, somebody's got to, because I have to go, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame, but I understand.
Yeah, it's 11:30 sweet.
It is, isn't it? Well, I'm going to be disappearing in about half an hour anyway. I'm going to play you guys my outro again, just in case you didn't catch it at the beginning.
Well, there's the start of Bruce.
He's nice. I mean, that grey is not painted, is it?
That's fine.
But that looks nice. And I'm a little bit biased towards purple, so obviously I'm going to like those trousers.
I love purple.
Yeah.
I nearly did them bikini yellow, but I thought no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So what is that just a shark, or is it anything
Yeah, it's just
specific?
a random print that I
Right.
found on Cults.
Okay.
I thought it was rather cute.
No, it's fine. It looks like the sort of thing that I'm looking for to do my
One I print.
cartoony paints.
Yeah, this is one I printed. Yeah. Had me worried then. I thought somebody'd sent it me, but no, it is one I printed.
Okay. Has that been done on FDM then?
Yeah.
Wow. No.
Yeah.
No, that's too good to be done on filament.
I'm telling you, I did that with filament.
Do you know what? I was watching that video the other day about some guy that painted miniatures, filament. He printed them and he painted them, and they were fabulous.
Yeah, you can get some really good ones.
Yeah. I mean, you got to sort of mess about with your settings. You know, you can't do a low quality one. Oh, that's better. I like that. That's a lot better colour, isn't it?
It is,
I mean, it's still woody, but it's not the same wood as his the handle on his whatever you call it. What do you call that? It's not an axe, is it? Battle axe?
It's one of them weapons that.
It's a weapon thing, isn't it?
Yeah. What do I do with it?
Right, so it looks like, I tell you what, I am going to paint the silver on this. This is the only trouble with streaming. That sounds like I'm whinging. If I sat down and had a quiet painting session, most of this would be done by now. And when you're streaming, obviously it kind of slows you down, doesn't it? But I would rather paint and stream because it's a lot more enjoyable. I'm one of these people, I like to be alone. I don't want people sitting next to me, but on stream, that's kind of what I want to do. Does that make sense? Have I just talked myself into everyone going, well, she doesn't want anyone near her. She wants to get on with her painting. Won't bother watching her channel then. Right, so that's the 2 colours of wood I'm going with. That's obviously just the base coats. So I'm quite liking that idea. So this is going to have to be black tin. That's going to be a little bit behind that metal. So yeah, let me. Oh, I missed out on the chat. Look. Oh, that is. So yeah, come on then, on you pop. Well, would if the link was still there. It should be. Oh, I'm so sorry. I
Can you
posted
not see the link?
Yeah, I posted it, but I didn't pin it. And then with all the chat that's been going on, it's been pushed right up to the top.
Oh.
I am so sorry. Do you like the new thumbnail, by the way?
To me? Or Bearded?
Yeah, I've started getting a bit more serious with my thumbnails now. Oh God, that's not just yeah, that's gone. It's actually so much chat, it's actually lost it. Right, okay, here's the link again then.
Well, I've still got it.
Well, why I can't even see it. The furthest I can go up, the earliest comment I've got access to is where you said Cura. Right, it's been pinned anyway.
Right, Penny, I really must say goodnight.
Yes, not a problem. It's been an absolute pleasure. Please pop in more often.
I will try to do so as much as I can.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to everybody
No problems.
for this evening, and thank you for having me on board.
No worries.
Take care.
So we're doing a swap then. So we're swapping Spoon Glue for Bearded Veteran
The man with
Creates.
the big beard.
It's a fabulous beard, isn't it?
Mikey,
Yes.
hi, and
Hello,
sorry, but bye. I've got to go. Night all.
Take care. Thanks for popping in.
Thank you.
So Jeff said, no, not yellow. And then you said it's a straight axe.
Yeah, it's called a straight
And,
axe.
and then I said, blah, 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 blah. So how you doing? How was Telford?
It was very good.
Good.
Got to have a few beers with modders.
Good. I'll tell you what you were saying about your wife, I think a lot of people were probably lucky I wasn't there. Because I'd have gone ballistic.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I had a funny incident where I almost had to go at someone on the underground. There was someone in a wheelchair was aiming towards the disabled, the wide aisles.
Yeah.
And this woman ducked in front, tapped, and then went through. And I had a right old go. I went up to her to have a go at her, but before I reached her, it was obvious that she was the carer.
Yeah.
For the person in the wheelchair. She was getting in there and opening the barriers for her.
Yeah.
And I actually said to her, I go, do you know what? I said, I was just about to have a go at you, but I can see you actually opening the barrier for her.
Yeah.
I thought you were just being a selfish twat. And she went, no. I said, I'm sorry about that. Because that's the thing. I'll apologise for something I thought of doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely no need to.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's my weirdness. Right, I'm gonna go seemingly mad. I need a blue.
Going mad?
Yes. Here we are. So
There already?
this guy on his back is obviously dead, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I'd imagine so.
So I was going to base coat him in blue for the same reason that I've base coated Bellhead with a well, I'm going to be doing a red on him.
Yeah.
To sort of cool him down. But apparently you go greens for dead things, don't you? Shall we go green?
I have Bellhead Dead Flesh here, so I shall have a look. Game colour Dead Flesh. Yeah, it's slightly green and yellow.
I'll put greens in. Should I put a bright green in or a desaturated green? Probably desaturated, I guess.
Yeah, because when you have a dead body, the lips and things turn dark blue, and
Yeah. Right. I
And
don't
if
seem
they've
to.
been dead for a while, for more than 24 hours, then they get a hemostatic line as well.
Okay, I don't know what a hemostatic line means.
So basically, when the body dies, because the heart's not pumping blood round anymore,
Right.
all the blood pools at the lowest point.
Oh, okay.
So it's where the pooling line, where it pools up to, it starts staining through the skin, and you see it starts in a line around where the top of the blood is. So if they're on the back, you'll see it along from the head, or a straight line from the head all the way down to the feet. But obviously, it's on his back. The hemostatic line will be like on his torso.
Right. So I've got evergreen fog. That's a desaturated cool green.
Hmm.
Too dark?
A bit too green.
Bit too green. So the next one down is a deep green. I could go a. Oh, I like the
You
name.
wouldn't go far wrong if you mixed a pale blue with like a greeny grey colour.
So a pale blue, like.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, what if I start with a teal?
Yeah,
Or maybe even do a teal.
yeah.
Is that still too blue?
No, if you add a little bit of yellow to that, that'd be fine.
Okay. Now I've got to figure out where the yellows are kept. You're not making life easy for me, are you? Warped yellow.
A good way of checking it, Pen, is if you put your arm out on the desk
Right.
and you feel, follow the line of where your elbow is, the side of your elbow. So if
Yeah.
you put your hand upwards,
Right.
no, put your palm up on the desk.
Right.
Right, the inside of your elbow. Okay.
Yeah.
You follow it up to your armpit in a straight line. You'll feel a pulse. If you press down on that pulse and hold it, that's your brachial artery. And after a few seconds, your hand will start turning like a waxy colour.
Okay.
You're actually cutting the circulation off to your arm.
Okay.
And that's the colour it starts to go when you die.
Oh, interesting.
And
This is just to go underneath the flesh tone.
Yeah.
Because I've got the flesh tone I want. Because I'm cheating. I'm going by the words.
Yeah.
And I've got a cool flesh tone.
Yeah, that was something we were showing on our ambulance train to show what a dead body looks like, it feels like. We were told to press the brachial artery,
Yeah.
and then the other person feels the hand, so you can feel what dead skin feels like.
Wow.
You'll get an idea of it anyway, so that you're not freaked out by it.
That must be interesting the first time you encounter it.
Yeah, it sort of feels like, when you've got a candle and you drip warm wax onto something,
Yeah.
and it's still warm, but it's not quite soft.
Yes.
That's what a dead body feels like. This fresh.
Okay.
If it's still warm, that's what it feels like.
Right. So, am I going heavy on the yellow or just a little bit?
Just a little bit of each.
I don't really know much about colour mixing.
Yeah. If you took a little bit of each and mix it with normal flesh tone.
Oh, this is for the undertones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to test it, take a little bit of each and put some flesh tone with it.
I've got to figure out what the hell I've done with them now. Deep skin tones. Browns. Oh God, where are they gone? Because I wanted to avoid, I'm probably being silly, but I want to avoid the deep skin tones.
Yeah.
Because with him he's going to be white skinned, and deep skinned is going to make him look a bit more African.
Yeah.
And I can just imagine someone goes, oh yeah, white guy is going around killing black people. But this is what I've become in this world. Anyway, there's too much politics there, isn't it? Why can't I find? I had them ready. No, they're warm skin. I had cool skin tones. Maybe they're still in the bucket.
I just
Anyway,
realised.
do you know what? I'm just going to go for it.
Oh, I've updated my cutting mat as well. I got lots of new stickers on it.
Nice.
Go.
We like
I
stickers,
just put
don't
them
we?
all on tonight.
Oh, excellent. Just don't mess them up, will you?
I'll try not to.
Because as you can see from my desk, I do tend to make a mess.
Well, I tend to look after it quite a bit, so
Do you know what? I like that.
it looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, yes. So who's sending you all those wonderful stickers then? Why can't I get some?
Well, you can.
I love third generation acrylics. Why can't they send me stickers?
I got them, a lot of them from Telford. They have them
But
on this next to the till in Telford.
have you got? I've got Element Games ones.
I haven't got one of them.
Right. I've got. You won't have this one. Trigger Happy airbrush grips.
Nice.
And I've got a Lord Peter Webster sticker somewhere. I don't know where I got these from, but I've got some roses.
I can beat you, Penny.
Go on then.
How's that for a sticker collection?
Oh, who's that?
Friends
that's
of
that.
Heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? But what else would it be?
I've also got full sheets of them ones as well. The Models for Heroes stickers.
Yeah. I hope I can pull this off, because if I can't pull this off, it's going to look absolutely stupid. Still, if it doesn't work, I'll just keep hitting the base coats until I cover it all up.
Yeah. And you could always try just putting a little bit of blue under the base coat. Yeah, that looks cool. That's going to look a nice sickly shade of.
That's what I'm aiming for.
Flesh.
Yeah, because
But
that's not his. He's going to be quite white skinned.
Mm.
That's just. I'm gonna put a wash over it in a bit.
So
A red wash.
with the dead bodies as well as the obviously the lips start going to cyanosis now.
Oh, I'm lucky there. He's got no lips.
Well,
What-
the fingertips go dark blue first as well.
He's got no fingertips either.
Okay.
Whoever designed this model has gone. Penny can't do faces. She can't do fingertips. Her head's not so good at, but so we'll put some bandages over it. Well, let's face it. This Bellhead's face is under there somewhere.
See, I quite like that figure.
Yeah, I do.
It looks cool as hell.
I do.
Ooh, tell you what I have got. A couple of lads from Models for Heroes 3D printed my D&D character for me.
Oh, nice.
I'll show you the bigger scale one so it's easy to see.
I'm doing this off camera, aren't I?
Zoom in.
I've gone a little bit over paint there, but
There you go. That's my D&D character.
nice. I like. I spent
Cool.
bloody hours on that this morning. Whoever told me that website deserves a slap.
Sorry.
Is it you?
Yeah. I called my character Gordon Bennett.
I like it. I would probably call mine Betty Swallocks. I know it's not anything new. It's not big and it's not clever, but it makes me giggle. That's all that counts.
He nearly got killed off a couple of months ago. So I was going to replace him with his brother, Farkin out.
So, yeah. So, question, when you play D&D and you have this fantastic character,
Yeah.
if he dies, is he dead forever?
It depends. Your team can either choose to go to see the clerics and get him revived,
Right,
if they've got the money to do it, of course.
right. And if they're willing.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I mean, do I like you enough to revive your character for you?
Oh, exactly. And you can't make donations to the clerics and all sorts. or they can just let you die and then you just replace him with another character.
Right. So it's not like you just lose everything, you get all the stats gained in the game, in that particular game, and then just start from where you were before the game started. He is dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
You have to build a new character, completely build a new character.
Wow.
So you can use the same. We had one guy who has used the same character for 4 years, and he nearly lost his character the other week.
Oh. So, what is the responsibility of a dungeon master? Is he supposed to make the quest challenging but possible, or?
Yeah, his part of what he does is he tries to anticipate the choices that the team will make.
Right.
So he'll create a basic storyline for each, or a storyline for each session, based on if it's either a one shot or if it's part of a series.
Right.
And then he'll he'll try and anticipate the decisions that they're going to make,
Right.
try and come up with ideas and scenarios to suit those decisions,
Right.
which can be frustrating as hell, because there's been times where our DM or GM has planned the whole game out and spent 40-50 pounds on the maps and everything for it,
Wow.
and then only for the team in the first 10 minutes to go, yeah, we can't bother waiting until the next day, so we're going to go and do something else.
Oh no.
So the whole,
Oh, I think I would kill you.
I've actually sat, because we have the cameras on when we're playing, and I've actually been sat there playing, and the GM, me and the other lad, were going completely the wrong sort of idea to what he was thinking. And you could just see him getting lower and lower in his seat, as if he's going, oh, fucking hell, I've lost so much money doing this.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden we made one decision, and you just saw him light up again.
Okay.
So we're like, oh, we're doing it right then this time. Yeah, it's good. We have a lot of fun and laughs. Especially when we do the role-playing bit. Things like where you do the voices and stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Like I've, because I played 2 games. I played the Models for Heroes one on a Sunday, which is where Gordon Bennett comes from. And then I play a tag game, Tactical Advanced Game, and it's an organisation that's an offshoot or it's a project run by Games Therapy UK.
Yeah.
And it's exclusively for veterans
Okay.
and members
So
of the army.
have you got into these games because of the Models for Heroes thing, or have you just always been into them?
It's because of the Models for Heroes thing.
Right.
Because I was talking to the chairman of Models for Heroes one night, and he said, oh, do you play any D&D or anything? So I don't know. I said, I've always found it interesting. It's just I've never known anyone that plays it.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, have you ever thought of joining TAG and all this? So I joined them, and I haven't looked back since.
Ah, fair enough. It does good stuff for you.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, it's not really. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've played it as a kid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have that horrible attitude. I've kind of grown out of it.
Yeah.
I don't mean that people who play it are childish.
Yeah.
But
It's
then I suppose I could say I've grown out of playing Warhammer.
Yeah.
I can't be doing with all the travel. I like going down the shop,
Yeah.
and I like having a paint session in the shop.
Yeah.
But see, I'm a little bit more like when the kids come up to me and go, oh, can you help me with this? What do you think of this?
Yeah.
And then I'll just say to them, what do you think?
Yeah.
And they'll go, well, I think it's the best thing I've ever done. Oh, well, there you go then. Yeah, that's the kind of person I am. Or they might say, oh, how do I do this? And I'll show them.
Yeah.
That's more my style. But I don't really want to be playing games with them.
Yeah.
I did used to play regularly with one particular person.
Yeah.
as when they first brought Age of Sigmar out,
Hmm.
they had no points for it.
Hmm.
It was bring whatever you want, and I suppose everyone's got this same story. We did have that one dickhead who used to bring a van load full of figures
Yeah.
and would play against someone who's only got the starter set.
Yeah.
And me and my friend, what we used to do, we would be anticipating what people had, what the other
Yeah.
person would have. But if we wanted to try a new figure out, we'd be like, right, I'm playing with this next week. Which
Yeah.
gives you a bit of a disadvantage because obviously I can sit here and try and work stuff out. But
Yeah.
mainly the purpose of our games was to try new figures out.
Yeah.
And we've actually had arguments
Hmm.
before because he's insisted I've won and I insisted he won. That's the kind of arguments we've had.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that I pounded your whatever with
Yeah.
absolutely everything. There's no way I deserve to win. And he goes, yeah, but you survived the counter attack.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit lucky with my rolls. And I'm like, yeah, but lucky dice rolls is what happens.
Yeah.
Next time you'll be throwing ones
Yeah.
all the time, you know.
Well, this is the thing, because the way we do it, because obviously we're all over the country, well, all over the world, in fact. There's some in America that play it and everything. So we do it online.
Yes.
And the online version, Roll20, keeps track of all your scores and health, hit points and everything for you. So all you do is when you do the roll and the dungeon master said, oh, you've lost this many hit points, you just update the sheet on the computer.
Right.
And it calculates it all for you.
Nice.
So you press roll and it'll just roll whatever dice you need to roll.
See, I suppose one of the advantages with D&D is you're probably responsible for your own actions, aren't you?
Yeah.
And it's your own consequence.
Yeah.
But see, one thing that I'll say spoil. Sorry, bear with me. My printer is extremely quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still running. I'm just going to actually just have. For some reason, I can't load up the manager on it, so I
Alright.
can't bring up the surveillance on it.
Oh.
I can load up the slicing software,
Yeah.
but then what you have to do is press surveillance mode or something like that. I don't know why. Surveillance sounds a bit sinister, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not. It's look at my 3D printer while I'm at the computer.
Yeah.
Chew manager. Yeah, see that loads up. So it's telling me that it's 55.1%.
Yeah.
But if I can click historical record. But video surveillance and view device files isn't loading up. So I don't know why. But see, now yesterday the problem I had was I couldn't open any files.
Yeah.
So that was a bit strange. And I think that print failure I had, I think that was actually down to Lychee,
Yeah.
not my printer. But saying, have you seen the dragon?
Yeah, you showed me before.
Oh, it's awesome! I love it. Because
I
now he's. I'm still going to show you guys anyway again. But now he's got his wing in place.
Yeah.
You can. I mean, obviously, when you just got the body and the base,
Yeah.
he looks a little bit scrawny.
I love dragons.
Yeah. Well, I've never really painted them before. The closest I've painted is the Bloodthirster from Warhammer.
I painted Thos, the young dragon from Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Lasers,
Right.
something like that. I did it the other week. So I painted it red.
Yeah. I'm going to slightly change the subject. So I have this problem.
You can go to the doctor's for that.
No, this isn't a doctor problem. Right. So this is Loot Studios
Yeah.
website. Right, go to my loots. So I don't know what these are. bundle store. I'm not sure where they come from, but all of these bundles, if you bought them, they're 60 quid a bundle.
Yeah.
For me, because I'm a subscriber, they're 30 quid.
Yeah.
Now, up here, so this is the current, oh God, no it isn't. I'm logged in. Right, so this is the current bundle. Now I've subscribed to Fantasy, so this is what I get, and obviously that's the dragon.
Yeah.
Now, if I go to there, Bump in the Night, this is the sci-fi one.
Okay.
I actually really like it. For that,
Yeah.
Halloween Book Nook. So I dropped them a message,
Yeah.
and I said, how can I get that bundle? I don't really want to subscribe
Yeah.
because I don't want to commit to it.
Yeah.
Do you know what he told me?
What?
He said, subscribe, download the files, and cancel your subscription. I mean, you won't get your money back.
Yeah.
You will get a subscription. But if I subscribe after the first of the month,
Yeah.
then on the first of the month, I'll then get next month's subscription.
Yeah.
So what he's told me without telling me is that if I subscribed every few months,
Yeah.
every couple of months, I'll get 2 months worth of miniatures for,
Half price.
yeah, if I played that right. So this is what's coming up next month. And there be lots of winged things.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And if I was a sci-fi subscriber, I would get this. Cryo Hazard.
Lieutenant Noble Ripley. It plays at Ultra Warden.
Oh. So you've got a strong female character called Ripley. So this looks like if you are an experienced 40k player, you would probably get on with these.
Yeah.
Because there's lots of armour. But unfortunately that doesn't thrill me at all.
Yeah.
None of that does. Sorry for those that think, oh, that's brilliant, I need to get that. But I really can't wait till next month for this one.
Yeah.
Especially that one. That looks a bit special, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dragon Empress. Oh, and we've got a prop. A wormling decoration.
You got the anti-dragon guns as well. by the way.
Okay. Oh, I don't like them. No. Anti-dragon? No. Right, what am I doing now? I'm going to do some shading. So I am going to shade his skin with dark red tone. And then next stream, I'll start to build his skin up with very thin layers.
Yeah.
Until most of that red is gone. But not totally gone.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. I don't actually have a really good wash brush. Oh, I've shaded him already, haven't I? Oh. Right, so what shade would I use for him then? Would I use red? Because he wouldn't have any blood in his system, would he?
No, it's the blood that makes him pink.
Yeah. So he's greeny tone, dead tone, because he's got no blood left in him.
Yeah.
So that would be a green shade then, would it?
Yeah. Or slightly bluey, fleshy colour.
Bluey fleshy. Bluey fleshy. What have I got in the bluey fleshy department?
Pale flesh.
Pale flesh. Now I'm talking about a wash.
Oh, wash it.
So the closest I've got to any flesh colours is light tone, soft tone, strong skin shade, but that's going to be quite red. Sepia tone, dark tone, military shade is quite nice, and green tone or purple tone. Purple tone, blue tone, blue tone. That sounds
What you
interesting.
could do is you could do blue tone, and then where the extremities are, then do the purple tone.
Yeah,
So,
and then cover it all up with a skin shade.
yeah,
Yeah,
there you go. You've got a plan. Whether it works or not, we don't know. We'll
we
find
don't know, but every failure puts you one step towards a success.
out. Exactly. And you've always got a 3D printer, so you can always go start again.
No, I've got alcohol, so I can strip it all off and start again.
Well, that's true.
When I first started, I had no idea how to paint,
Yeah,
and I was frightened to paint, and because I thought I'm going to mess it all up.
yeah,
And this guy said to me, right, he goes, if you get alcohol,
yeah,
soak it, all of that paint will come off, and you will be left with a bare mini.
yeah,
So the first thing I did, I quite often what I'll do, that looks really nice. If you tell me something, I will try and prove you wrong.
yeah,
I don't know why I'm like that. So what I did is I painted this mini, I soaked it in alcohol, and it was all back to the bare plastic.
yeah,
If anything, it looked nicer than before I started.
yeah.
So, and ever since then, I've just not been frightened to have a go. I think he looks kind of nice.
Yeah.
And then obviously once I build the skin tones up using really thin paints,
Yeah.
and keeping it even, so that blue-green comes through,
Yeah.
I think that'll look lovely. Right, it's midnight, guys, so I think what I'm going to do, I should have done this last night, I'm going to block that armor plate in with black, and then on my next stream, which will not be tomorrow, I can start putting the metallics on. So all I need to do now, this is my trouble, I put everything out. I did a 24-hour stream once,
Yeah.
and I had a big area, bigger than this desk, all clear.
Yeah.
By the time I'd hit the 24 hours, I had about this much working space. It was just paint everywhere.
Well, have you not taken part in the 48-hour build yet?
I have not, no.
In March,
Right.
one of the guys who volunteers for Malls for Heroes, he runs a company called Spruebox. And
I've
he
heard of Spruebox.
Yeah. Well, it's him that runs it, James Skiffins.
Yes, that's where I've heard it. Yep.
And he, each March, I think it is, so it's either March or May, he runs a 48-hour group build. Where you can build whatever you want, but it has to be built within 48 hours.
Right. So you could do like a starter set, do it for a couple of hours, or if you're a bit of a sado and you got the whole week off, you could keep yourself up for 48 hours.
Yeah.
Right.
And they literally keep the live streams running for 48 hours between.
Oh.
They have they obviously start at their local time. So
Yes.
Because it's like Australia, Holland, UK, America, and everything.
Yeah.
Between them, they keep the streams running for 48 hours continuously.
Right. Oh, so Mr. Skiffin might start the stream,
Yeah.
and then after say 10 hours, he's like, I've had enough, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
And then there's someone from America they're keeping it running, and then someone will take over from him, and then he'll come back later on.
Yeah. Well, this
Okay.
time they had the rule that nobody was allowed to do more than 4 hours. Because
All right.
what they found was if they let them do more than that, then they were literally just working all the way through, and they weren't getting up and stretching the legs and things like that.
Yes. Yeah.
So they did no more than 4 hours.
Well, this is the thing. I had when I did my 24-hour stream.
Yeah.
I started it before midnight. That was a little cheat code, because obviously if you start at midnight, for example, you're probably already tired before the shift starts, aren't you?
Yeah.
So I started at something like 8 o'clock. And I actually kept myself up all night the night before,
Yeah.
and then slept all day. So I think I'd got up at like 5 in the afternoon. And then I had three designated breaks where I would walk away. Obviously, I tried to keep myself on camera all the time
Yeah.
because if I'm not on camera, how do you know I'm not sleeping?
Yeah.
But I bought myself a microwave meal, and then I think I had like a pot noodle. So I had a couple of breaks where I've obviously got to disappear to go and boil the kettle.
Yeah.
But obviously I'm back within a reasonable time. Sorry guys, I'm off camera again. And it was fun. The only thing I've noticed, I've done a 24-hour thing before and I've managed it fairly well. The only thing I found, which is probably fairly obvious, but the last 4 or 5 hours I just really stopped enjoying myself. I was extremely crabby.
Yeah.
I was painting this one model. I got 2 models for it in case I finished one,
Yeah.
and I think I got about 3/4 of the way through it, and I just went fuck it and threw it, and then I just started putting this second model together.
Yeah.
And that was probably a really good idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, I find if I'm really tired, if I start to have a bit of a problem, it gets a bit frustrating. That manifests into anger,
Yeah.
which is quite normal probably, but yeah, I was very arsey towards the end.
Yeah.
But we had a really good time.
Yeah.
I had a couple of companies. What was it? There was one, I was doing that mystery box, and I said to him, I go, can I ask a favour? Can I have an extra box? Can I pay for an extra box?
Yeah.
Because I want to give it away as a prize.
Yeah.
And he went, oh, that's really nice. He goes, I'll charge you half price.
Yeah.
And then I'd had a word with someone. Oh, so I'd got these really nice brushes. We called them sexy brushes.
Yeah.
They just had a clear acrylic handle. And I said, oh, can I get an extra set? Can I buy 2 sets? One set for me and one set to give a prize. And I paid for the 2 sets, and he sent me 5 sets.
Yeah.
And then he chucked in a load of these. They were quite new and revolutionary at the time, but have you seen those bottle brush things? They're like paint brushes, but the handle is a bottle, and you fill them up with water or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're good for washers and things. He sent me a load of those.
Yeah.
And because Twitch you can earn points just by watching.
Yeah.
So I had a raffle, and you bought raffle tickets with the points.
Yeah.
And then we did a draw at the end, and that was really funny because I had 2 people was watched. So one was my moderator and one was a really good friend.
Yeah.
And they watched the stream for the whole 24 hours. I think they slept for a bit with the computer running.
Yeah.
But basically they maximized their points, but they were regular viewers, and because one was my mod and one was a very close friend, secretly I didn't want them to win.
Yeah.
Because they had like, I think they had 98% of the entries between the 2 of them.
Yeah.
And they're good friends, so it could look a little bit dodgy.
Yeah.
And the raffle was won by someone that came in, watched the stream for about an hour or 2.
Yeah.
He was a streamer, a YouTuber,
Yeah.
and he got like 1 or 2 tickets, and he was the one that won it. And I also had this was the disappointment. I had a guess the song.
Yeah.
And because you can do jukebox on Twitch,
Yeah.
and people just request songs, and I just went, right guys, just request songs. If anybody plays the song that that is the winning song,
Yeah.
they've won the prize. And it went within about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And maybe I should have been a bit more obscure, but it was Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You.
Yeah.
I don't know why I remembered that.
Hmm.
Right, guys, so I am done for the night. Let me change my video back.
There's a
That
question
needs...
for you in the comments.
Oh, sorry, guys. I am so sorry. So I don't do 3D printing, but I was wondering, when people sell a 3D file, how do they protect them? I mean, what's to stop you from passing the file around? The honest answer that I can think of there is honesty. I've seen, so these loot ones, I've actually spoken to, because I said, do you do commercial licenses? Because I'm actually talking to someone about a commercial license for his files. And when you buy a commercial license, they all look the same. You can sell as many models as you want. You cannot pass the file around.
Yeah.
And I think it's just down to honesty, because there's been cases of people selling models on eBay
Yeah.
that they've bought the file. There was one guy on, he's actually put it up on Thingiverse,
Yeah.
and someone's been selling them on eBay,
Yeah.
and I think that's a little bit.
Naughty.
But you can bend, call it flaunt. See, what the guy said to me, I'm not allowed to sell the models, right? But he didn't say this, but I
Yeah.
know this to be a fact because I've done it with computer software.
Yeah.
You can charge a printing service,
Yeah.
so you can charge for your time.
Yeah.
So if you said to me, I want to buy that dragon,
Yeah.
print it, I can't charge you for the model,
Yeah.
but I can say, oh, it'll take me so many hours to do, I'll charge you 50 quid for it,
Yeah.
for my time.
Yeah.
So how they deal with that one, I don't know, because it's just on the edge of that
It's in a blurred
unlawful,
area,
isn't it? Yeah. Which is why I won't advertise. See, if anybody who watches my channel wants me to do a print for them, I will do that.
Yeah.
But I won't advertise the fact that I'll do it.
Yeah.
I will do it to help my viewers out, and at the very, very, very least, you are paying postage.
Yeah.
If you're asking me for it.
Yeah.
And what I realistically do, like this dragon, if you said, oh, would you make, I ain't got a 3D printer, would you make it for me? I did work out the costs. It has cost me oh no, I've got my profit calculator. It's cost me £3.7 in material
Yeah.
and £1.47 in other, I've called it other costs.
Yeah.
And then if I posted it to you, there's another £2, £3, £4.20.
Yeah.
And that's the cost of the envelope and the postage.
Well, something like that, you'd probably have to use a box, wouldn't you, so it wouldn't get damaged. So you
Yeah.
can put whatever foam in it or whatever.
I would probably make a box with some foam in it. But you see, then if I was doing it commercially, see, at the moment I can use packaging material that's been used for deliveries to me.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it, and obviously I'd buy. The reason the envelope costs £1.50 is because I'd use a jiffy bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't send that in a paper envelope.
Well,
Not
no,
with the amount of spikes it's got on it.
exactly, and the wings and snap and everything.
Yeah. Because I was thinking, if I go see, like these military things I was going to do, I was thinking about doing. I was thinking of making up some 3D printed boxes.
Yeah.
If you got a large bed printer, you'll whip them up. You can put loads of them on one bed, or even well, not the resin would be no good because it's too brittle.
Yeah.
But you can make a box up, and then I thought that'll be a nice touch, because not only will you get whatever you've ordered, you will end up with this nice little box.
Could you not on Amazon or something like that find blank phone boxes? You know, the
I
box
could.
that our phones come.
Oh, never thought of that one. But you see, I think it's nicer to have a custom. It's like when I buy stuff off eBay and that, and they
Yeah.
put a little card in that says, "Oh, thank you very much for buying my product."
Yeah, I love that.
I,
It happens quite a lot with modelling stuff now. You
yeah,
know, if you go to the
yeah,
smaller companies,
yeah,
I think I had one that had a letter in saying thank you and explained that they're a family-owned business, and
yeah.
a lot of them now put sweets in and things, bags of sweets.
Element Games always sends you. It's a little slice of rock.
Yeah,
With Element Games, they've obviously had this rock company make their rock, and
Yeah.
you just get one little sliver in a little wrapper, and it's in the bottom there. And that's what Asset Drop used to do.
I bought. What did I get the other day? I bought something the other day. I don't know whether it's paints or something like that. It might have been paints.
Yeah,
And it came with a bag of Haribo.
yeah.
I thought that was brilliant.
See, the little joke we have with model kits for less. This is only some of them, but he always puts coasters in the
Yeah.
order.
Mike
And
Jolly.
Yeah. Now, Mike, one person did post a picture of his collection of coasters. They were about this tall.
Yeah.
But the running joke is, oh, I've just received my coaster through the post,
Yeah.
and he sent me a free Phantom as well. Oh, I love minis. The
I
Love
love
Minis is
these.
my moderator. Why can't I bring up that comment? What's going on?
I love these guys because every time these guys send me something, I get a little of that. So good stuff.
Right, for some reason my mouse is not clicking. Oh, it is now. Right, where are we all? Where are we? Usually get to as to why envious.
Yeah, go
Sorry,
back
I've completely lost my track. Here we go. Penny, nothing compares to your shows or ending times. Thanks for discussing that. I had a suspicion that it was the honour system. Listen, it's not something I've delved into. I did check with Loot Studios over these minis, and I think Loot Studios seems to be a bigger company. So I think if I sold their minis, I don't think I'd do it for very long before getting caught. And he said that I cannot sell the minis, but he did actually say you can print the minis off and give them to someone.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
I mean, I own a copy of the STL files. I can do what I want with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is sort of the honor system because that's how a lot of them end up on AliExpress. That's why
Yeah.
they can do them for a tenner when the actual model on
Yeah.
Amazon is
Yeah, but half the time they're made in China, and they're probably getting them from because I know their model kits. They are actual, genuine, real model kits.
Yeah.
But there was a couple I checked out. They're out of production model kits.
There you go. This one I got the other day. It's actually the only proper kit.
So, Love Minis, how long have you been here? What have you missed? What do you need me to show you? Have you seen Bellhead yet? Because I'm more than happy to show him.
I got that one off AliExpress the other week.
Yes, I have actually seen that one.
Yeah.
So now that you've bought something off AliExpress
Yeah.
and Temu and all the rest of it, what is your opinion? Would you tell me to get my kits from there or avoid at all costs?
I wouldn't say avoid at all costs.
Right.
Because you can get some great buy. This was £6,
Right.
and it's not small.
Was it 350 scale?
Yeah.
Do you know what? Show me that box again. I've got that kit. That's what I actually bought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's got a little tiny bit of photo etch with it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And but it's not much.
No.
And it's just, if you've never done a ship before, I bought that because I'd never done a ship. Love Minis. Oh, was watching on TV, then got on phone so I could join the discussion. There we go. So, my dragon is 60% away from being completed.
Nice.
So, in about 4,000 hours, he will have 2 wings. And this is what he looks like right now. He is 32 mil. I think it's lovely. and you compare him to the I've lost Bellhead. Here he is. So this is Bellhead in 32 scale.
Yeah.
He's not little anyway.
Yeah.
When you compare him to a Games Workshop model, he's rather big.
Yeah.
I haven't had another attempt. I wanted to print every mini I get. I want to print them off as a bust,
Yeah.
75mm and 32mm.
Yeah.
But I haven't been able. I had one failure on the base. Obviously, the colours are not there. Why is that not fitting? There it is. But this is. That's not fitting because it's going in the wrong direction. It's got a shaped hole. And it's also on the wrong side. I'm trying to put his left arm onto his right. So this is Bellhead so far.
I like that.
I do love him. I do absolutely love him. And then you get now this base doesn't come with this pack. It comes in its own welcome pack, which I think is a good little touch. So what I'm planning on doing with this is painting it a light wood colour, then we'll varnish it, and then I'll get some black oil paint or dark brown oil paint.
Sure.
And a technique that I've seen where you just keep, you get one of these funny zigzaggy brushes, a saw brush.
One of the things that annoys me with the busts off AliExpress is you don't get a base for them.
Do you not?
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
But
then also you would then make your own bases. You'd have your own style then, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, what I did is I got some thick brass rod. In fact, I can show you what I did. It's in the living room. I'll go and get it.
So I'll address this comment while you're doing it.
Because you'll love it.
So Mr. Belmerson, and it would be so easy to email a file to a friend. So hopefully most of the community is honest. I think most of the community is honest. I know they say theft and copyright and that is thrife, but I think if you look at the number of people committing, let's call it a crime, whether it's morally or legally, I think the number of people doing naughty things is actually quite low, and I do like to think that the most of the community will actually go, no, that's not legal, I'm not doing it. That is lovely.
Right, hang on.
Oh, fantastic.
North Africa campaign. So it's a
Excellent.
German and a British soldier.
And you painted those?
Sorry?
Did you paint those?
Yeah.
And you've just told us earlier on that you're not that good.
I don't think I am.
I think you are. But then you are your own worst critic. Right, guys, so I have got the most honest viewers in the world.
You can't really see that.
Pardon?
You can't really see because of white.
No, but listen, I'm going to let you loose on my 6 viewers. They'll soon tell you if it's if it was bad. They'll tell you in a nice way, but they will tell you.
Yeah. There you go.
I think they're really nice. And but then saying that I always judge it on my standard, and that's better than I think I could do. Well, I'm not really a big figure painter.
Well, the base, all this base and box and everything, I made myself as well.
Nice.
Tongue depressors and balls.
Yeah, I was just going to say something like coffee stirrers or tongue depressors. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing what you can do when you sort of actually give it some thought, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, this was for North Africa group building, Friends of Moles for Heroes.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So if you look at the back there.
Yeah, I did see group build on the back. Yeah. So is that a campaign map of the group build?
Yeah. That's the El Alamein map.
Yeah. That reminds me, I need to get a map of the route that the Dam Busters took. It's a very, very simple thing. But on the Lancaster, someone had actually got a copy of the map, and then they photocopied it but reduced it and put that into the Lancaster, because that particular model is a very specific point in time.
Yeah.
So So that's why they kind of it's quite funny on that one of those groups. I seem to be one of those kind of, I don't know if it's because of I don't know, maybe I'm not a big YouTuber or something, or maybe it's because I've not got a male name or something, I don't know. But when I suggest stuff, it seems to be poo-pooed, and it does make me laugh. And there's one guy, he's got a bit, I've ended up blocking him, but he's got a bit of an attitude.
Yeah.
And he was and the thing is, right, we had this big row, and in all fairness, it's because of him that this is my Guy Gibson figure.
Yeah.
And if you notice, I've painted his jacket light blue.
Yeah.
Because he's the one who told me Guy Gibson flew in short shirt sleeves.
Yeah.
So whereas this is the Navigator,
Yeah.
I've done him with a proper jacket on. And it's because of him that, I mean, if I ever took that to a show and Guy Gibson's wearing a leather jacket, people who know would laugh at me then, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So he saved me being picked on.
Yeah.
And then he's going on about this, that and the other. But he was talking about weathering his aircraft.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't think that's a good idea. Because what I got told, because I actually spoke to one of the Hong Kong models researchers. I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Yeah.
Really, really nice guy. And I was talking to him about weathering. And I was also talking to him about the colour of the bomb.
Yeah.
The bomb, apparently, the debate is it should be red. Now, apparently Guy Gibson's was black.
Yeah.
Because he was such a strict arsehole that his aircraft would have been perfect because the ground crew doesn't want to be shouted by him. Whereas the one who's a lot lower in rank and has less influence, if they haven't got time to do them all, his is the one that's going to be left out.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So how weathered would Guy Gibson's Lancaster have been on, and weren't those Lancasters brought in for that mission? That was the first,
weren't they?
yeah, that was the first flight that particular squadron did in those planes.
Well, it probably wasn't the first flight.
Well, they
'cause
would
they
have done
practiced
training
it.
flights.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
but it was their first mission, wasn't it?
Yeah. As a squadron, yeah.
Yeah. Because I always argue World War II aircraft shouldn't be weathered that much, really, really, really heavy, because the life expectancy of the aircraft wasn't 200 missions, was it?
No.
Especially bombers.
Yeah. Well, John Marley's doing a Spitfire of Australian pilot.
Right.
And he said to him, well, you need to weather that. And he said, well, no. We said, because the plane was new from the factory when it got to the squadron.
Yeah.
And the guy crashed it 2 weeks later.
Yeah. Yeah. So how much weathering does that need? 2 weeks worth.
Yeah.
And it would have been washed at least a few times
exactly.
in that 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah. So but I mean I keep it with my weathering. I always keep it simple. I just I build it as though it's sitting in a museum today. So it'll be old, but it'll be looked after. So it won't be shiny and new. But you know, there probably won't be much chipping because they probably repainted it.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway guys, this is me for the night. Had a good time. Need to remember to send that to Sprue and Glue. I think he'll enjoy that. And yeah, I don't mind giving minis away to someone I know who will appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I know that he will enjoy that, and he can't, it's not a case of he won't have a 3D resin printer, he can't.
Yeah.
Actually, I might send him a couple of files that I've got, free files,
Yeah.
and get him to print it on his FDM printer to see what he can do with it.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting experiment, won't it?
You know what you could do, Penny?
What's that?
If you got a couple of people that regularly watch and prepared to come on, you could always do a couple of minis, send them to like 1 or 2 people,
Yeah.
and do a buddy build live stream.
Yeah. Did you know what? I could do that.
Mm.
Because, well, what we were doing before was I was doing this series, Penny teaches newbie how to make models.
Yeah,
And we started off with a Sherman tank,
yeah,
because we got that because it came from Lidl's.
yeah,
Personally, I would have rather started with a Tiger, but we couldn't get the Tiger.
yeah,
So we started with a Sherman tank, and this is actually it. I didn't go for highly professional, but hers was rough as that, and that was only using what came with that start set. Because obviously, if you're a newbie, the next one we did, I don't know if I've still got it. We did the Mustang, and then we had someone else who'd like to take part. So I said to him, right, the next model we'll do then will be the Willys Jeep.
yeah,
Make sure you bought yourself a Willys Jeep before we start it.
yeah,
So then he was going to come on, but see, the problem I have with my live streams is that I can't set a timetable because
Yeah.
my days off change every week.
yeah.
So, but I mean, if anybody wanted to do that, I could do that.
Right.
Because were you here for the discussion about StreamYard?
No.
So StreamYard has doubled their prices.
Yes.
So a lot of people are giving up. Now, I did used to have StreamYard, and I've gone over to Melon, and I need to get the word out about Melon,
Yeah.
because I'll show you this. Because I did quickly look up the prices. Give me a moment, because I'm going to have to open 2 web pages. Because I still got my StreamYard account, but
Yeah.
I've just never used it.
So at the minute I just use the free StreamYard.
Yes.
There's never really more than 6.
Well, I want to have a little chat with you after the stream.
Yeah.
Right.
There's never more than 2 or 3 people that want to go on my live streams anyway.
Right, here we go. So we'll
I
chuck
do
that
love
in
how
there.
I've laid out them stickers.
Right.
I sat on Models for Heroes session before for about an hour arranging the stickers to see where I wanted them. I'm quite pleased
Yeah.
with how it turned out.
Sorry, I'm just trying to set this up. Right, so this is my StreamYard.
Yeah.
Right, now, I'm on the free plan at the moment. I don't use it.
Yeah.
I get... Oh, do I not? How many hours of streaming do I get?
20.
Local recordings, 2 hours per month. 6 on-screen participants, which is quite good in all fairness. Streaming limits, there we go, 20 hours per month. This is the one that I assume most people are on, the core, which
Yeah.
is now $35.99 a month,
Yeah.
which gives you full 1080p, blah, 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 10 on-screen participants. And then most popular, apparently, is the advanced
Yeah.
for professionals. Now, this is my Melon plan. I get no watermarks, unlimited streaming, up to 24 guests, 15 on screen, so I can have 9 in the green room. Local recording up to 10 hours per track, 30-day recording storage, upload media, blah, 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 1080p resolution, multi-stream to unlimited destinations,
Yeah.
multiple cameras, as you've already seen, and I can co-host. I can
Yeah.
give people my login details, but they
Yeah.
won't have my... Now, that is the top plan,
Bloody hell.
17 a month.
Yeah.
Now, if you a smaller version, see, unfortunately, a lot of people don't like that because it's only $7.20.
Yeah.
But £9 a month. Now, I pay less on Melon
Yeah.
than StreamYard ever did. The only thing that StreamYard gives me that I would like that Melon doesn't is I do like the way that you can have a guest come in and they can hit a stream to my channel
Yeah.
button. I don't get that on Melon.
Yeah.
And it took me a long time to get used to these comments. But let me chuck... Oh, okay. That's not going to work because that's screen. Oh, actually I could. Right, bear with me a sec. Right, excuse my spreadsheet.
All right. Have you spreadsheeted your stash yet?
Oh, I've got tabs. I've got 100 tabs on that spreadsheet. Oh, I think, hopefully web... Oh God, hang on. Schedule. Oh, I can't leave this. Right, hang on. Let me do some muting. Mute. No. Right, okay. Right, forget that then. Right, I can't show you my Melon. So this is my schedule software spreadsheet, and it's all color coded. So anything in see this light red hair in the corner, that means that I'm able to record it, but I haven't recorded. Sorry, it means I can't record it yet.
Yeah.
So what I'll normally do is my part works, I'll do the next 4 issues will be in that light red.
Yeah.
So I can't do my channel updates because it's Tuesday. And I can't tell you about this week when this week hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Then later on it goes red, which means I can make the videos, but I haven't. Once I've made the video, this one here, I do it as dark green, which means I've made the video, but it's not been uploaded yet. And then light green means it's so you can't come through now, mister, because I've filled my desk full up. I'm so sorry. Please don't break my Spitfire with your loving cuddles. And then, so as I go down, I can see what I've got scheduled. And I also sometimes, if I've recorded some of it but not compiled the video, I'll make it as yellow. So this one there, when I've uploaded it, I just change the color to that.
Yeah.
And I know that I look at my spreadsheets and I go, they're easy to understand. And in all fairness, they're easy to understand because I made them.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I spreadsheeted all my stash a couple months ago.
oh, I tried that, but I just got out of control.
Yeah.
But
I stopped when I got to like over $4,000.
Yeah. So, and I've got menus and things, and I'll show you this. I'm quite pleased with this actually. I'm making a hang on. I'm making a conversion table for my AK Interactive thanks. So if I need this one, this one, Middlestone, I own it because it's. But if I want, let's find a Tamiya. Right. So if I get in instructions XF57, I can see that I already own it. It's buff and I've got it in AK. And then I've got some with funny notes. Here we are. No, hang on, let's do it color coded. Because again, I do it color coded. Right. That was the last one I wanted to do. Right, so this one, AK11214, which is clear blue. For the status, I put Tamiya X23.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to go and buy AK clear blue when I know Tamiya clears are very, very good.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to use up my I've got a small collection of Tamiyas.
I got a free bottle of ICM Clear Blue on the weekend
Nice.
from ICM.
Nice.
'Cause
Nice.
they were only £1.50, and he said I can't be asked getting the card machine out, so just have it.
Oh, you bought some stuff first, did you?
No,
Okay.
I only wanted the clear blue.
Okay. Fair
So
enough.
he said I can't be asked getting the card machine out for £1.50.
Because if I know that they can be be parted with their goods, I would be quite happy. I'm cheeky enough to go up and go, well, I'm an AK Interactive fan, and I'm a little bit reluctant to try new paint brands. That's, and then he'll go, here, I'll go have a paint. So this is my cat food. So when my cat dispenses food, I record it, and I can work out how many calories they've had.
Yeah.
That's how sad I am. This is my Lancaster cost comparison, which you'll see on my videos. I'm comparing Harshett versus Hong Kong. This is my Football Manager team, because I play Football Manager a lot, too much. This is some calculations for 3D printing. This is calculating how much to sell things for.
Yeah.
I've worked out that dragon should be sold at £51.20,
Yeah.
which I still think is a pretty good price. This is me keeping up to date with my part work, so I know when they're due. And this is my work rota.
Yeah.
Because that's how sad I am. And then this is a spreadsheet I'm sorting out for my gas bores, which is a top secret project that I've not told anyone about.
Well, if it keeps you sane doing it that way, then why not?
I just like seeing things change colour. I was doing one on print testing, and it was like how many hours left to go, and then I'm every time it hits 10%, I'm recording the times, and I'm watching it, and I've colour coded which one is the longest, which one is the shortest, and the longest one comes up red, and the shortest one is coming up green. I'm watching all the greens change, and I'm like, oh, great! I've caught up 1 extra minute in the last 10%. Is that a football player, Alien?
It's Access Models.
Okay, he looks like he's wearing a football shirt.
Yeah, he's wearing a t-shirt with Access Models on it.
Right.
I like him. I think he's cute. I need to come up with a name
If
for
you
him.
like him.
I need to come up with a name for it.
I'll tell you another sticker I've got that you might like.
What's that? Oh yeah, Nigel's modelling bench.
Yeah, he sent me that at no cost. I had to ask for it.
Yeah.
But because I said to him, I go, I said, I'd really like a sticker. I said, how much would you like for postage?
Yeah.
Didn't bother replying to the message. About 2 or 3 days later, this envelope comes through with a sticker in it. I'm just going to take my headphones off. I just want to check the print now.
Yeah.
4 hours. Well, that's handy. My print will be done probably before. No, it will be. It won't be done before I go to bed. So how many paint sets do I have? Right. So I used to have a massively large Citadel paint set, which do you remember when I had that dodgy move? I lost a lot of my paints. For speed, I just chucked my all of my paints into archive boxes, and I had 3 heavy boxes of paints, and I lost 2 of them. So yeah, I've still got a lot of the old Reaper paints that I got from Asset Drop, but I pretty much had to start again with my paints. So the paint sets that I've got is I'm working on collecting the AK Interactives, which I'm using for scale model brush painting. I'm now starting to get into the Mr. Hobby ones, the aqueous ones, because they spray really, really, really nice.
Yeah.
I went on an airbrush course. Love Minis will know. You'll get to know me about this. I am very reluctant to consider myself good.
Yeah.
And I said, for ages, I said I'm a basic airbrush painter. And I went on this course, And it was a basic airbrush course. And in all fairness, 70% of it I already knew.
Yeah.
There was one or two things they taught me. And what they actually taught me that I took away from it was air pressures.
Yeah.
And that was why I've always been a good base painter and primer.
Yeah.
But I've not always been so good at small detail. And it's the air pressures. But one thing they did is gave us a pot of Mr. Colour paints.
Yeah.
And you know me, I try to break things. You know, when they go, it's like I got Dark Star paints. And they said you must thin them with thinners, don't use water.
Yeah.
So the first thing I did, I thinned it with water. And I saw for myself what a terrible mess it was. It came out like porridge. And that's the kind of thing I do.
Are you
And
saying
what-
you're a contrarian?
I don't know what that means.
Someone who-
No, I'm not a disagreeable person. But it's like if they say, "Oh, thin it this much,"
Yeah.
I'll see how far I can push it.
Yeah. Sort of challenge accepted sort of thing.
Yeah, I partly for you guys, partly for me. But we did this airbrush course, so we started off by painting food colouring,
Yeah.
which is I think is actually a good way to learn. And then they gave us some actual paint, and they said dilute it 1:1. That's usually about right for the airbrush. But don't worry about it if you don't get it exact, because it'll still work fine. It's better to slightly over thin it than it is to under thin it, because obviously it's got to go through the airbrush.
Yeah.
So I really took the mickey, and I thinned it 10 parts thinner, 1 part paint. And do you know what? It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was so nice. Obviously, I didn't get much coverage,
Yeah.
but it was beautiful. Really, really enjoyed painting with that. And I bought a pot of black, because you can always use a black, can't you?
Yeah.
And I brought some home and I did some spraying, and I had an asthma attack the next morning, and I thought I owned 2 cats.
Yeah.
The place just stunk. So I said, that's it, I'm not touching Mr. Colour until I get my spray booth sorted out.
Yeah.
I've now sorted my spray booth out. It's absolutely awesome, even though I say so myself.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I did, they've improved it now, but I like these. And it was actually Vince Venturella that got me onto these.
Got a pot of that. I've not used it yet.
Oh, it's amazing. And see, now it says on here, let me show you. This is magnesium. Oh, it's just a random pot I got. It's got a little shake. I know it hasn't got a shaker in. I think I had to put one in.
This is dark
So-
aluminium, this one.
Yeah, so look at the consistency. They're meant to go straight in the airbrush, straight and paint them.
Yeah.
Right? 1 drop.
Yeah.
Right? You can see that's running. Right? Now, the very first thing I did, right? Use them straight from the pot.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to thin that. It's about 50-50, roughly. I picked the wrong colour to test, right? But, so I thinned that 50-50.
Yeah.
Got the coverage over black.
Yeah.
That's thinned. I mean, obviously the consistency it's a little bit more opaque, less opaque, whatever
Yeah.
the word is. It's not so solid. But look at that.
Yeah.
And they are a really good colour. Absolutely lovely, and I love their light silver colours. You know, the aluminiums and that.
Yeah.
They're really, really nice. And I don't buy metallics now. I normally use these, which is why I've tried the war paint ones, which, in all fairness, are very good.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy with that. But I'll be honest with you, I would not use that on my scale models. It's come out a little bit inconsistent, which
Yeah.
for a battle axe, it's perfect.
Yeah.
But for something you want it consistent. But yeah, so I've got the I've almost got the full range. I've got 2 more to get the full range.
Yeah.
But these are my metallics, and I'm going to start using the Mr. Colour aqueous ones.
Yeah.
And then I've got my war paints, which I'm using for figures. Why I'm not using AK Interactives, I don't know. Because the reason I use AK Interactives is I tend to use them inside the cockpit where I do a lot of brush painting.
Yeah.
And then I plan to use the Mr. Colours on the outside where I do a lot of spraying.
Yeah.
I do like getting the paintbrush out, but I'm really hoping. I'll show you this. This is
A tiger.
brush painting, and it's really not perfect. And if you want to see a total and not a hash, I just can't quite get the surface. I'm just really bad. You haven't seen these, by the way, guys, because they're actually my my 12 days of Airfix. So you haven't seen them. None of you.
Top secret. Hushly
So
hush.
when they come out on whatever day they come out, you're going to have to go, oh. No. So I've actually it's evolved a little bit. It's become a little bit of a secret. I've never modelled before. How do I build up my tools and supplies? So on day 1 it's just a kit, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then day 2 we bought another brush, because let's face it, doing a Spitfire with that brush
Yeah.
is a bit laborious. Yeah. And then the next day we've bought decal solution,
Yeah.
because the decals are a bit, well, doing the Spitfire with the standard decals. I'll show you. Oh, hang on, I'm going to flip the camera again. I should really open. Let's add the other camera in, because it's easier to flick between the 2 cameras then. So yeah, there's the decal for the Spitfire.
Yeah, they're not great, are they?
And that is the absolute best you can do with no decal solution. However, when you come to this one, which you haven't seen, we've introduced decal solution.
Yeah.
How good is that?
Yeah.
I mean, you still got that shiny finish, because we haven't bought a pot of varnish yet.
Yeah.
Oh, where's me? Oh no, that's a different. Oh, we go. If you want to see bad paint jobs,
Do you use Set and Sol, do you?
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I use VMS now.
I actually
That's
quite like that, you know.
That's horrible. That's
It
totally
looks like
horrible.
it's been flying in the rain.
Well, if you want to call it that, then I'll accept that. Yeah. Then the next day we introduce a primer.
Yeah.
Because what I demonstrate is, you can't see it, especially when it doesn't focus. Let's have a zoom out. Oh, it's because I've zoomed in too much. So look, I scratched it. I did it on purpose.
Yeah.
But that was to show you that the paint doesn't stick to the plastic.
Yeah.
And then we introduce Tamiya glues. So the first 5 kits have been built using
That horrible.
this. No, do you know what? I'm all right with it. I'm okay with it. But what I personally tried to demonstrate is that these still do the job.
Yeah.
They just make the job a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because what I was doing was, you put the first one I did it as per Airfix, which is, they say, cut a little bit out of the box and then cut a little triangle of cardboard. Your little triangle becomes your applicator, and you squeeze a bit of glue out onto the cardboard. But in the end, I'm just going sod that, and what I do is I cut a little bit of plastic, because I've got all these part work packaging.
Yeah.
So I usually cut a bit of plastic that out, and then I apply with a cocktail stick.
Yeah.
but the glues now make it easier.
Do you know one experiment I want to do? Making my own glue out of nail varnish remover.
I can give you the recipe for glue.
Yeah, it's 50% acetone, 50% butyl acetate.
Something like that. I can't say the word, but yeah,
So-
that's what it is. And that is Tamiya extra thin.
Yeah. Well, Tamiya extra thin is 49.51, but Tamiya airbrush cleaner is 50/50.
Yes.
It's
Give me
just
1
1%.
second. I'll tell you exactly what else is Tamiya. Not as cheap as making your own, but cheaper than Tamiya extra thin.
Yeah.
This is also Tamiya extra thin.
Yeah.
So what I keep meaning to do is go down to Screwfix and
Yeah.
say, can you do me a container of tool cleaner? They must sell it, won't they? And I've got 3 tubs of sprue goo.
Yeah.
This is made out of Airfix.
Yeah.
This one's made out of Hong Kong. And it's made with tool cleaner.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what that is. I think that's standard Airfix grey.
To make it out of one way of making your own is using acetone nail varnish
Yeah.
remover and non-acetone
Yeah.
nail varnish remover.
And
Acetate.
I've got a spreadsheet for that.
Yeah.
Because I've
I've
worked
seen
out
you
all
take
the
it.
costs.
Because
Oh, I might have deleted it.
on one of my YouTube videos, I showed how to work out the difference in the costs for it.
Yeah, that's what I did. I worked out that I could sell you 100 mil for about five quid,
Yeah.
and I'm making double the money.
Well, the
It's
way I
costing me
did
less
it,
than £2.50 for twice as much as you would get from. Now, what do you get with Tamiya extra thin? So
250 mil, I think, less than that.
no, it's not that much.
No.
I know it's double figures. It does tell you somewhere, because I think it has to.
Oh, it's the yeah, it's the thinner.
Something like 25 mil.
Yeah. Well, I worked out what it is. I worked out and I rounded it all up to a litre and how much it would cost
Yes.
for a litre.
We'll have to compare notes, because I found a company that if you buy it 10 litres at a time,
Yeah.
it works out about. Basically, I can make you, and this is including bottles bought from Amazon as well.
Yeah.
I could do you 100 mils for about half the price that I could sell it Tamiya extra thin.
Well,
And that's absolutely ridiculous.
I can't
And
remember the exact figures without watching the video again.
yeah,
But it's something like a litre of Tamiya extra thin is something like 80 odd pounds.
yes, that's what I worked out, because
But
to
if you
work
make your own
out the
nail
true
varnish,
costs.
If you make your own from nail varnish remover, it's about £2 if you go to the pound
Yes,
shop.
yes, exactly. Yeah, that, because you have to work. You have to get the. You can't say 100 litres of this will cost less this much of 15 litres of millilitres of that. You have to get it all priced per milliliter or litre or some kind of standard unit. And yeah, I did the same. And then I remembered the other day watching one of your streams, the person responsible for setting me all off on this,
Yeah.
a certain budget modeler.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember how, because I make my own thinners.
Yeah.
Didn't come from Budget Modeler. His recipe's slightly different from mine.
Yeah.
But he then, I think it was his video that taught me how to make Flow Improver.
Yeah.
And then I actually bought the glycerin to make the retarder medium,
Yeah.
but I haven't made the retarder medium yet. But yeah, I now make myself 2 different thinners.
Yeah.
I make my normal thinners, which I use for every day, and then I have leveling. I call it leveling thinners.
Yeah.
All it is I put an extra couple of drops of retarder in, which slows the drying process down because it's paint stops leveling when it forms a crust on the outside, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you can stop it from, if it stays in liquid form, it will. If it's thick, it will level. But if you had thick paint that dried slowly, that would level.
Yeah.
If you've got thin paint that dries instantly,
Yeah.
you will get texture.
Yeah.
So it's just the key is in the retarder medium, and you have to put the retarder medium in because when you shoot it through an airbrush, it dries it as it comes out of the nozzle.
Yeah.
And I very rarely get tip dry because a bottle this big of thinners has about 5 drops of retarder medium in it for the whole bottle. This slow thinners is decanted from this into there, and then I put 3 drops of retarder medium in.
Yeah.
So that's probably got per milliliter 10 times more retarder medium in it.
Yeah.
That big one has just got enough. I still, I can still get tip dry, but I hardly ever. But that thinner one, that slow, hardly ever get tip dry.
Yeah.
The only time it's a problem is if I do shoot more paint through, it doesn't dry so quickly.
Yeah.
Which is probably why I had that problem with that miniature. That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
I warm zenithal. I have got him. So here he is. Yes. So there we go. So this guy, I zenithal highlighted him, and then I put the green skin tone over him, and as you can see, it pulled. It all. Oh, that's right. I put the green skin tone over it, and then I put a wash over it, and the wash pulled off all the paint.
Yeah.
And I think what it was I think it's either the red. Well, that's red ink. I think the ink had maybe too much retarder. I didn't give it enough time to dry.
It looks cool though, 'cause it looks like she's got a really bad skin infection.
Yeah. Oh, he will be painted over. But I mean, this was just. But then that's the nature of my video. I did it me messing about.
Yeah.
I tried the airbrush for the first time. I had that miniature, which I don't know why I bought him to do something with it. But in the end, I didn't do it. So it's a mini I don't really care about.
Yeah.
Let me catch up with the chat. There's only one chat to say, but I remember when I was a kid and all I had was vinegar and water for decal. Smelled so bad, and the darn thing would curl up and off over time. See, now white vinegar is what decal solution is, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's white vinegar. Basically, it's white vinegar.
Yeah.
If you smell the set and sole, it smells vinegar.
Yeah. I try not to sniff chemical.
Well, I don't mean like.
I like
sniff
having
it.
what little brain cells I've got.
Well, yeah. But no, that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
And people do make their own decal solution.
Yeah.
And they make it out of vinegar. And it's the same.
Yeah. So all it needs to do is melt the plastic.
Yeah. Yeah. But the reason I buy my own is, the reason I buy it is because I know what will work. What was it I used the other day? I've heard about things like this. I used the VMS decal solution on there we go, on a Hawk.
Yeah.
Now it might well be that I didn't let the varnish dry. The problem I had with this is that the supplied paint was useless.
Yeah.
It was dry. It was one big lump. So what I had to do was use AK Interactive Red and then apply a varnish over the top. And as you can see somewhere, oh no, don't touch. Yeah, there we go. I caught the decal as it was setting.
Oh god.
So, but I tell you what, that cockpit, I did that freehand.
Well, nice, isn't it?
I'm happy with that. And then I just pushed the detail a little bit more because this is like video 7. So I'm like, right, okay, we're going to have to work a little bit harder now. But if you look on the tail, just took the varnish off,
Hmm.
and that's the decal solution.
Yeah.
I mean, that's easily fixed because all you got to do is just apply a little thin gloss over the top. And I've just given away.
Half your videos.
I haven't. There's nothing I haven't. Yeah, you've seen everything now for Christmas up to day 7. Do you know what? I might as well tell you who kidnapped Chris Kringle, and then that's the advent calendar spoil as well. Anything else you want to know?
How do you win the lottery?
Oh, that would. Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. If I knew how to win the lottery, you guys would be the last ones I'd tell. I would help a lot of people out, but I'm not giving you lottery winning. I mean, I'll give you the winnings, but I won't give you the numbers. Because then I control where that money goes.
Exactly. I think the first thing I'd do is get me and the wife a decent house.
Well,
Where I can
yeah.
have a
So
studio thing.
people say, "Oh, winning the lottery wouldn't change me,"
Yeah.
and that is absolute horse poo.
Yeah.
Because the first thing I would do is obviously buy a house.
Yeah.
Because then that's my future secured.
Yeah.
You know, if I bought a house, then blew all of my lottery winnings,
Yeah.
I still then don't have to pay rent for the rest of my life. And that will obviously change you.
Yeah.
And then obviously you'd give your job up. Right? Well, that's a life-changing thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I've always said the only significant thing I would do is I would buy a brand new Range Rover. And that's
See,
it.
I quite like the car I've got, so I'd probably just buy another one of them.
Well, I've always said that, I mean, I don't get attached to cars. Cars are just, it's the function, not the actual vehicle. But I've always wanted, I want to die having bought a brand new car at least once in my life.
Well, the car I've got was built in March, and I'm
Nice.
the first, it only had 200 miles on the clock when I
Nice.
got it.
Nice. That delivery mileage then.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just, drive it out of the showroom. I know it'll lose half its value as soon as you drive it out of the showroom, but isn't it nice to say I bought a car? I knew a guy, he worked really, really hard for his money, don't get me wrong. He always wanted a Rolls Royce,
Yeah.
and he bought himself a Rolls Royce, and he sold it 6 months later because it was a shit dream, really. It's not a practical car.
Yeah.
And it was, but he's owned a Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
So can't argue with him for that.
See, the car I've got now is probably the most comfortable car I've ever owned.
So what have you got?
Vauxhall Grandland.
See, I like Vauxhalls generally, but I
Most
don't
of the
know
cars I've
that
had
car.
were Vauxhall.
Right. Do you know what? I like the Astras. It's not an Astra I don't like.
I used to have an Astra. I had an Astra, and it lasted me about 8 years. And
Yeah.
even when I bought it, it wasn't new.
Yeah.
It was a few years old. I think it was 2006. So yeah, it'd been
Yeah.
about 4 or 5 years old when I bought it.
Well, when I worked for Auto Trader, I would be driving company cars a lot,
Yeah,
and all of the reps had saloon Astras.
yeah,
And they were lovely. Oddly enough, the one feature I like the most about it is where the radio, just above the radio, where
Yeah.
the clock is, they've put a little shelf,
Hmm.
just big enough for a couple of pens.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a car designed for a rep,
yeah,
and you can get 2 or 3 pens in there,
yeah.
and maybe a cigarette for later on, because I couldn't smoke in the company cars because they did find out,
Yeah.
and it was frustrating.
Well, I had an Astra, and I got rid of it because the head gasket was going on it,
Right.
and I just didn't need a new car. And then I got a Vauxhall Insignia, which was great until we had an accident in it last year,
Right.
and then it took 3 months to get the car back from the repairers, and then the timing went on the engine. And the garage said, "Well, it shouldn't be too much. We'll sort it out. We'll redo the timings." And I knew they were trustworthy because the guy that runs the garage is the guy I did my mechanics course in college with.
Right.
And he did it, and then he drove it up the road to test drive it. By the time he got back to the garage, it'd gone back out again. So he did it
Right.
again, gone back out again, and he kept doing it. And when they stripped that end of the engine down properly, they found that the garage that had bought it off, because when I bought it, it'd come up with a timing fault, and I said, "Oh, it needs the timing chain replaced." Because obviously I used to be a mechanic, and I've got a plug-in thing so I can read the computer.
Yeah.
And I said it needs the timing chain replaces, and they went, "Oh no, it just needs the timing adjust on the computer." I went, "No, it doesn't. It needs the timing chain replaced." And they said, "Oh right, we'll do it then." And came back to it. And when they checked this other garage, the mate's garage, was checking the timing. When they looked deep enough into the engine, they found that when they'd taken bits off, they'd put them back in with self-tapping screws into the engine block.
Oh God.
And
Yeah.
whatever it was, they said what's happened is over time, the timing's crept out, and the cars have kept adjusting for it.
Right.
It's spent 2 years adjusting for it.
It's just gone. I've had enough. I can't do this anymore.
And it's just sort of learned to keep it at that timing. But every time they were adjusting it, it was knocking back out again.
Right, because it was going back to what it knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've just given a car human emotion now, haven't we?
Yeah. So I ended up spending $1,500 trying to get it fixed.
Yeah. See, I was lucky with my little Peugeot.
Yeah.
Because every car, second-hand car, seems to have some kind of bodge in it somewhere.
Yeah.
The only bodge I had was some idiot welded the locking nut on the wheel, and thankfully, the guy who changed my wheel, he says I do this all the time. What he normally does is he has people who have locking wheel nuts that are they've lost the key.
Yeah.
And what he does is he has to weld a nut or something on. It's a socket.
Yeah.
He welds the socket on,
Yeah.
and then he has to wrench it hard with the machine.
Yeah.
And so he's used to knocking welds off.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's welded, and he says this is pretty much the same thing. And that's what he did. He had it off in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I've just gone, well, so if I've got 3 locking nuts, because each of my wheels has got 1 locking nut on. Yeah. And then the next time I had the car, because what had happened, I was furious. I took my car in for the MOT. Yeah. And this is when I was working in Cambridge, in Birmingham, Leicester. Now I wanted to say, I had this plan. If I put £10 a week away, pro rata, Christmas time, I'll have 500 quid to spend on whatever I want.
Yeah.
And I started in July, so I wouldn't have had the full 500. But I wanted a 55-inch TV so I could play FIFA on it.
Yeah.
And I was about 2 weeks away from buying this TV. And my tyres were bald. I just brought the car back from the MOT, and the tyres were bald within a few days.
Yeah.
And my first thought was, the bastards have nicked my wheels. They've swapped my wheels out. And unfortunately, the way I discovered it was I was doing 70 mile an hour up the M6 in the middle of the night in the pissing down rain.
Yeah.
And my tyres were through to the metal.
Yeah.
And then so I had to buy a new set of tyres. And because of the distance I was doing regularly, I didn't go for budget. I didn't go for the top tyres. But I got like sort of the mid-range ones.
Yeah.
And that was when I had to have the locker nut taken off. But the only way I could get the money was to use my TV money.
Yeah.
And they lasted a month, those tyres. And what had happened, when they did the MOT, they took the whole front off something or another. And they hadn't adjusted the thing. So my wheels were out. Or I took it into Quick Fit. And they did all the tests on it. and I think one of them was out by about 11 degrees out.
Yeah.
And one of them wasn't too bad. It was only out by about 5 degrees.
Yeah.
And I thought, and because I said to him, I said, it has the grip of a bicycle. And I've now got, funnily enough, I've got what do you call them? They're not remolds.
Retread.
Part ones.
Yeah.
And I've had them for years. A couple of years, and they're still going.
Want a gummy bear?
I'm actually eating my randoms. I've got my Maltesers in the fridge. I love refrigerated Maltesers.
I have these from Lidl, sugar-free gummy bears.
That's right, yeah, because you have to be low sugar, don't you?
Yeah.
Kenneth, how are you, my good friend? Kenneth says, evening, Penny. I'm sitting here watching my favourite YouTube people while on my 30 minutes lunch break at work. Well, we'll have to keep going. Tell us when you're about to finish your meal break then, and we won't go before.
Yeah.
Just for you, Kenneth. Normally, is it Kenneth you come from? God, he says it every time. Hi, it's Kenneth from Atlanta, Georgia. That's what he normally says. Hi, it's Kenneth from Atlanta, Georgia.
My granddad was called Kenneth.
Yeah.
He drowned in the Mersey.
Oh, God. Is that a joke or?
No. You know where the swing bridge is up from Runcorn?
I don't, but I'll pretend I do.
Okay. So on the Mersey, just past the other side of Runcorn Bridge,
Yep.
there's a swing bridge. And when my mum was 4 years old, he was driving a lorry at night with his mate. And they would come around the corner at the middle of the night, not realising that the swing bridge was open. And by the time they realised, it was too late, and they'd driven the lorry into the Mersey.
Oh, no.
They couldn't get him out for 4 days.
Wow.
I
So why does the River Mersey run through Liverpool?
Because if it walked, it'd lose its fish.
Yeah. I'd get mugged.
I went to Liverpool about 2 months ago. Not going again.
No,
No.
I applied to go to university at Liverpool.
They,
John Moore.
They've made most of the city centre now one way.
Oh, they've done that in Norwich.
And they put ANPR cameras up everywhere. So if you can go down the wrong road, or because they've made it so that, like the main shopping centre, you can see the car park, you can see the entrance, but the road to get to it is the one way in the wrong direction. And the other one that goes to it, another one that goes to it is buses only,
Yeah.
but it just looks like a normal lane with a small sign on it,
Right.
and it's got ANPR cameras in.
See, I've done that with Norwich. City centre. It's about 5 miles from one end of the city centre to the other, and they put so many bus lanes and one-way systems in. You chalk up about 25 miles driving through the city centre.
Yeah.
But then what they've done is they've dotted about 9 park and ride sites
Yeah.
around the place, so you can see what their logic is. Is to keep cars out of Norwich, and it does work because no one can be asked driving into Norwich anymore.
Yeah.
So they don't. They either get the bus or they don't go.
Well, the thing is, even once I got there, I mean, I'd already, by that point, by the time I parked up, I'd already got 70 quid's worth of fines.
Yeah.
Literally, because this one road, no matter what I did, twice, I had no choice but to go down this bus-only road.
Yeah.
Because the buses, as I was going up the road, it was 3-lane road, and I'd have buses either side of me and in front and on both corners, and I couldn't get past them. They wouldn't let me in or anything.
Yeah.
So I was being forced down this bloody road.
Little bit of useless information for you. If you ever get a parking ticket, you know when you get like these fines where you get, if you pay within 2 weeks, you get at half price.
Yeah.
Always appeal within the 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then even if it's just some bullshit.
Yeah.
And then what they'll do is they'll look at the appeal, they'll reject your appeal, and then you get another 2 weeks to pay at a discounted price. So if you're like, for example, you're on monthly pay, and you got paid like last week, and you can't afford it till payday, Appeal it. By the time it comes back, you can pay it on the next payday.
Yeah. Well, once we got there, parked up,
You can't have sweets.
they've put loads of on the walls are like the car parks and things like that. Massive. They're not billboards, like massive LED signs on the wall.
Oh,
They're flashing and changing and with moving pictures on them and all sorts. And it's so distracting and overwhelming.
yeah. There's I used to do this bus route into Cardiff, and as you come into Cardiff, you've got this massive advertising thing,
Yeah.
and if there's too much white on it, it's like someone's shining a spotlight in your face, and it's really hard to see. I don't know how many people I've nearly run over there because I've just not seen them because I'm blinded.
Yeah. Well, even walking around,
Who made you so handsome?
it was like walking around a dystopian city. Because it's literally thin paths between the shops, and then you'd have a set of steps going up to another level, and then you go down a set of steps to go, and then you got constant noise from music blasting out everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the many reasons why I tend to avoid the city. Mind you, I'm driving in city centres all the time. I don't want to go there when I'm out of work.
I'm used to live quiet at the Welsh countryside.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I do. I really miss Wales, actually. What I don't miss is every time it rains, there is an accident on the is it the M5?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's 9 times out of 10 is ball tyres.
Yeah.
Every time. And it
We get
affects.
quite a lot of accidents on the A55
Yeah.
because there's a hill called Ruath Hill, and it's between Holywell and Prestatyn.
Yeah.
Good.
That's where they invented the doorbell, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Prestatyn.
But it's a long hill. It's about a mile long, something like that. But it's a long hill, and it is really easy to pick up speed on it.
Yes, yes.
And you're always getting people going too fast there and coming off
Yeah,
and crashing.
yeah. One thing I forget is because obviously for driving the bus, I'm taught about brake fade.
Yeah.
And so obviously that idea serves me well in, because I'm a little bit naughty. I put my cruise control on in my car, and what cruise control doesn't do in my car is slow me down if I'm going too fast.
Yeah.
And there's one particular part of the road to work. I just put it on 56 and drive to work, but there's this one particular hill. By the time you get to the bottom of it, you're doing 80.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't slow you down. And but it's it's not. But I hate having to sit there hitting my brakes. It's not so bad on my bus because I've got limiter, and you can turn. I can put limiter on my car, but it's limiter or cruise control.
Yeah.
And I can't be arsed with limiter because the speed limits keep changing.
Yeah.
So it's up to 40, down to 30, even on the motorways. There's 3 speed limits, but on the M77 for 3 junctions. Oh, it's all 20 now, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's all 20. Most of it's 20, but in North Wales police have said we refuse to prosecute if it's above 20, if it's below 26 mile an hour.
Fair enough.
Because they said as the police, we're allowed to give dispensation for 4 miles an hour plus 10%.
Well, I'm told this is a myth, but I was always told, is it 10%? 10% plus 2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it's 35 in a 30 limit.
Yeah.
46 in a 40 limit, etc., etc. But apparently that is a myth.
Well,
but
they are allowed to do it.
Yes.
It's 10% plus 2, but they said because 20 mile an hour is such a ridiculously low speed limit, we've got a lot of hills.
Well, it's in Manchester they have 5 mile an hour speed limit in the bus stations, and you get an actual real life fine if you go over it.
Yeah.
But Have you ever tried doing 5 miles an hour?
Yeah.
It doesn't even read on most speedos.
Yeah.
So what they say is, although it says 5,
Yeah.
they won't touch you if you do less than 10.
Yeah.
But if you're doing 11,
Yeah.
and they're quite nice at Glasgow bus station. They've got a little electronic speed thing, and it flashes
Yeah.
at you, and if you're over the limit,
Yeah.
and then the next flash is lower,
Yeah.
then they're all right. They'll leave you alone, because they say, you don't. You're looking at so much in the bus station that you don't
Yeah.
always notice it. As soon as you see it, you then slow down. If
Yeah.
you're making that effort to slow, that's all right. Obviously, if you're doing 20 or 30, then you got a bit of a problem there.
So there's a guy by us. He's going up the main road 2 streets away on the next street.
Yes, your tail's in my mouth.
It's always been a 30-mile-an-hour road,
Yeah.
and they've dropped it down to 20, and he did 26, and all he did was send him a letter saying, please don't do 26. Remember, the speed limit's 20.
Yeah. Yeah. The rumour is in Scotland they don't give you any leeway on the speed,
Yeah.
so you can be prosecuted for 21 in a 20.
Yeah. What they do here is, if it's not a massive amount, then they'll give you a speed awareness course as long as you haven't had one in the last 3 years.
Yeah, no, they don't do speed awareness courses in Scotland.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit lucky because I did a speed awareness course
Yeah.
in Aylesbury.
Yeah.
Within 3 years of that,
Yeah.
I got caught on a motorway speeding.
Yeah.
And that apparently isn't speeding, that's a motorway awareness.
Yeah.
So they offered me another course on that one.
Yeah.
Because that was quite a good one, because I would have appealed it had they not I think I was doing 57 in a 50, 58 in a 50 limit.
Yeah.
Because I said to a woman about it, I said, look, national speed limit, my coach has got a top speed of 62.
Yeah.
So I don't worry about it. Normally what happens up the M1, if there's a problem, roadworks or a car broken down, what they do is they change the speed limit to 60.
Yeah.
Then as you get a bit closer, they change it to 50.
Yeah.
And then right at the point of the problem, they change it to 40.
Yeah.
So you're driving along national speed limit, then you see the weather was bad, there was spray on the road, I could see, it was night time, I could see in the distance a red circle.
Yeah.
So I assumed it was 60.
Yeah.
So I didn't slow the cruise control down,
Yeah.
because I know I won't get done doing 62.
Yeah.
Then as I got closer, within reasonable distance to read it,
Yeah.
I noticed it was 50.
Yeah.
Now, when you're on cruise control, you don't slam the brake on because it sends all the passengers forward.
Yeah.
And you don't move your limiter down more than 3 miles an hour,
Yeah.
because again, it'll chuck your passengers into the seat in front.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is knock it down a couple, then a couple more, then a couple more.
Yeah.
And I spent, and I just couldn't get it slowed down quick enough.
Yeah.
And I said to her, because she's going over this, that, and the other, and I'm like, I know that.
Yeah.
And I said, look, can I just have 5 minutes with you? I know your time is money in that for you, but you haven't actually addressed my particular situation.
Yeah.
And I told her all of this, and she says, right, simple answer. Why are you using cruise control in a variable speed limit area?
Yeah.
And I went, fair point.
Yeah.
Because had my cruise control not been on, I
Yeah.
could have just took my foot off the accelerator and it would have naturally slowed down a bit faster.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
But
I was lucky I was on the course, because it's not a major problem. I'm currently sitting on 3 points.
Yeah.
funnily enough, all bar 6 of my points have been done well at work
Yeah.
in my whole life.
Yeah.
I was already sitting on 3 points, and 99.9% of companies don't care about 3 points.
Yeah.
Well, if you hit 6 points, there may be questions, and if you hit 9 points, your job is at risk.
Yeah.
And obviously 12 points, you can't drive.
Yeah.
So I really didn't want to hit 6 points.
Yeah. Well, my mum got sent on a speed awareness course last week.
Yeah.
The other week, she came into the 20-mile-an-hour zone doing 33 or 34 miles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was at a part where she knew there was a camera.
Yeah. Yeah. I tell you what, the first time I ever got caught, no, second time I got caught speed. First time was just lack of experience, and I was in Hatfield and I was in a strange area. I didn't know the speed limit. I couldn't see any speed limit signs. I was on a dual carriageway, and I was doing 40.
Yeah.
I was estimating the speed because I was in a strange area. I was looking everywhere, and I didn't realise I was in the 30, and I was doing 42. So it wasn't a bad estimate, was it?
No.
But I was doing 42. Now, I appealed that one.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought if I told them my story,
Yeah.
that they would feel sorry for me and let me off. But there's no way I could make it to Hatfield.
Yeah.
So I did an absent appeal thing, and they changed it to 4 points on my licence.
Yeah.
So I thought, I ain't ever appealing again.
Yeah.
The second time, that was quite funny because I just recently got my taxi licence.
Yeah.
And I did the most stupid thing. They got a fixed camera at the bottom of this hill. Everyone in the world knows about this camera. Why the hell I went through that too quick, I do not know.
Yeah.
So I made up a bullshit story, because if you get any points while you're on probation license with taxis,
Yeah.
you're up before the traffic guy.
Yeah.
I didn't want that. So I thought, I've just got to go for it. And I went to court and I explained to them that I'm new taxi driver. Obviously, I'm under scrutiny. I can't break any rules. There was a guy just got in my cab and basically wanted to treat me like a hackney cab.
Yeah.
And I couldn't take him because I'm pre-booked only. And I was telling him to get out. I don't want to lose my license. And he got angry and I sped away, and with the adrenaline. And I said, look, I'm not going to excuse that I've done wrong, but points on my license will cost me. I did all the calculations, and I said it's about £1,500 over 4 years.
Yeah.
And I said, that's taking money away from my medical costs.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, the fine stands, but the points don't.
Yeah.
And I went, thank you. And then I went, can I pay you £5 a week? They went, no problems.
Yeah.
And then the other solicitor, he went, oh, well, what about the victim support surcharge? And the magistrate just looked at him and went, denied. The offence happened, although there was this ruling that every crime you do, you have to do a donation to victim support.
Yeah.
But the rule was in place, but the rule was not in place when the offence took place.
Yeah.
So I got away with that one as well, which I don't have a problem having to pay that, because that's paying for service, isn't it?
Yeah. Victim surcharge.
Yeah. Although in my experience, they don't seem to do much.
No.
I got burgled twice, and they sent me a leaflet through the post.
Yeah.
And that's about it. And then when I got attacked in London, this was quite funny. A guy got on my bus, had no pass. I won't let him travel. And it was summer's day. He eventually just gave up, and he got on the bus behind, which was going exactly the same place. He'd obviously got on that, but he'd obviously been let on.
Yeah.
And he got off. The bus kept up with me, as you can imagine in London.
Yeah.
And he came up to my driver's cab window, and he just went, "Oh, was it worth it?" And I didn't say anything to him because I'm not going to get into an argument, especially when I'm on loan working for TFL. Because the rule we have is don't get out of your cab, don't get, And he just jumped into the window and punched me.
Yeah.
And I panicked a little bit. What he did is he caught my glasses. It just caught the skin on my nose there.
Yeah.
And there was, blood makes everything look worse.
Yeah.
So I saw the blood. It was probably, in reality, it was 2 drops of blood.
Yeah.
But I ended up calling the police.
Yeah.
And they give me a call a couple of days later. They said, "Oh, we've not been able to identify him from cancel cameras because it was wrong angle and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're going to ask the bus company." They rang me up a couple of days after that and they said, "Yeah, we've been round his house and we've arrested him."
Yeah.
I said, "Well, he's known to you then, isn't he?" And yeah, that led to, I thought it was quite harsh. He was given quite a few weeks, quite a few months in prison, which was, I forget the words they use. It's not suspended. They called it something else, but it basically means suspended. And so if he does nothing for a year or 2 years, he's got away with it. But if he's up in court for anything again and found guilty, he will do the punishment plus he'll... Oh, gone. Oh, did I just bore him to death? Right, listen guys, I'm going to finish it there anyway. Because... Oh, he's back. I thought I bored you.
No, everything you froze, and then after a while it went off and came back on.
Oh, okay.
Weird.
Oh well, I don't know what happened. Anyway, so I've kind of wound the stream down now.
Yeah.
I think almost 2 hours after my intended length. That's pretty good for me, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, guys, I am going to be streaming next. Let me find my phone. I had a phone. No, I had a phone once. I don't know. I think it's going to be Thursday. Might be next Thursday. No, it's this Thursday. I'm sure it's this Thursday and Friday I'm off. This is annoying. I own a phone and I don't know where it is. And it's got my whole life on it. Echo, find my phone.
Calling Penny.
Here it is. Echo, stop. No, it's under the desk there. Oh, God. Right. So, I am off next. I'm sure it's this Thursday. It might even be Saturday, Sunday. It's Thursday, Friday.
You're
So
wrong on all counts.
Pardon?
You're wrong on all counts.
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, Thursday, Friday. So basically, I've had 7 days off,
Yeah.
then had a long weekend, gone back to work for 2 days, then had 4 days off. Now I'm going back to work for 2 days to have 2 more days off.
Yeah.
Then I'm back for 4, 1 off, 2 on, 2 off. Then it gets really tough. 5 days straight.
Yeah.
So, yeah, guys, we'll do another live stream on Thursday and Friday. We'll do a bit more of Bellhead. You know what? With the base coats on, he's starting to look decent, isn't he?
Yeah.
They're all the wrong colours, but
You're gonna do is the bell bronze or brass?
I was thinking brass. I was thinking about the old, the equivalent to Rune Lord brass, and then use the sets for that. and then hit it with a final highlight silver, but just on the front.
Yeah.
We'll highlight it all around,
Yeah.
and then we'll hit it with silver highlights on the front for
Yeah.
where the light's coming in from. Because that's what I did with that base. And I thought that worked really well.
Yeah.
Just hitting normally what I do is I hit a highlight from 45 degrees, but I hit that highlight all over.
Yeah.
And I do it like that because I have it brighter. When I'm playing a game, I'm looking at the back of my figures, aren't I?
Yeah.
So I have the highlights at the front because that's my opponent is looking at them. Which gives me a bit more grim. So yeah, we'll do a bit more on him on Thursday and Friday. We'll do the dragon whenever we finish. That could be weeks or months away, I don't know. And then what I'd like to do is something that I've been looking at on YouTube is this grimdark. Now I've got some is it streaking grime?
Yep.
AK, is it AK streaking grime?
Yeah.
And I watched some videos on it, and it looks like at a very basic level is you paint the model up a little bit brighter than you normally would. You don't need to put extreme highlights on it. You then coat it in this, literally flood it with this streaking grime. Wait about 20 minutes or so. Then get a brush dampened with white spirit or odorless spirits.
Yeah.
And then you wipe away this grime until you get it down to where you want it. And then I think you hit it with a few light highlights. And it makes it look like, I mean, this figure that I saw, it looked like he just come back from a battle in the Battle of the Bastards in Game of Thrones. That's kind of what he looked like. So I just and it says it's a very low skill.
Yeah.
So it looks like I won't be using all of my skills that I've got now to achieve a better result than I get with my figures now.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So I think after the dragon, we'll go for a sensible figure, like a hero or an enemy.
Yeah.
And then after the New Year, we'll get quite serious with them.
Yeah.
And I'll try and I'll actually do them as pre-recorded videos as well. So I'll be painting a figure, and I'll try and get through one figure like over a 4-week period.
Yeah.
And that should be fun. And there's a little bit of figure painting there, a little bit of scale models, a little bit of part work, and a little bit of wooden model. And that should leave me quite fulfilled every week, shouldn't it?
Should do.
And then now I got my internet connection sorted out, I can do my live streams again.
Yay.
Yeah. So, is everybody happy with the... Well, that's interesting. I just found a bit of nail. I don't know where it's come from though. I don't know. No, I don't know. I had my nails done a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And about a week ago. And they've all lifted.
Yeah.
But these ones are fine.
Yeah.
But I don't like to be critical, but it's from someone who's not long learned how to do nails.
Yeah.
And my education in nails has come from YouTube.
Yeah.
And hers is done from an online course.
Yeah.
And I think I can do a better job than she can.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I can do this hand.
Yeah.
But I can't do this hand because I can't paint very well left-handed.
Yeah.
So, and she was...
Sometimes I do my wife's now.
Yeah, well, it's easier when you're using your right hand, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, she last time she said, "You won't be able to do it." I said, "I can't." Show. No, you won't. You'll get it all over the place. You're a man. And I went, "I'm also a scale modeler."
Yeah.
And literally, I was just going zip, 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 zip. There you go.
One thing I hear a lot is when young ladies come into the hobby
Yeah.
and everyone goes, well, how have you managed to pick this up really easily? Hello, I do makeup every day.
Yeah.
You know, you've already got the basic skills already there, and you've been doing that since you were like 5.
Yeah.
So, right, guys, so that's it from me then. I am going to try and get a 3-hour stream in one day rather than the normal 30 hours. You are going to see my new outro. I hope you enjoy it. I've got a new intro and new outro coming for the new year. But I just couldn't wait for the outro. So if I don't catch you before, I will see you all on Thursday. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Blimey, goes on a bit, doesn't it?
Well, you've listened to it this far, but you probably won't again.
So we'll be taking even less care from now on.
The singing might go off a bit, and the words won't have to rhyme.
And there's no line here.